Chapter 5. Human Techniques. The last techniques to make their appearance are those which relate directly to the human being. They are today the subject of great discoveries and great hopes. We hear everywhere, they will save everything. Before we study them, let us inquire why they have appeared. Necessities. Human tension. Never before has so much been required of the human being. By chance, in the course of history, some men have had to perform crushing labors or expose themselves to mortal peril. But those men were slaves or warriors. Never before has the human race as a whole had to exert such efforts in its daily labors as it does today, as a result of its absorption into the monstrous technical mechanism, an undifferentiated but complex mechanism which makes it impossible to turn a wheel without the sustained, persevering, and intensive labor of millions of workers, whether in white collars or in blue. The tempo of man's work is not the traditional ancestral tempo, nor is its aim the handiwork which man produced with pride, the handiwork in which he contemplated and recognized himself. I shall not write, after all so many others already have, about the difference between conditions of work today and in the past, how today's work is less fatiguing and of shorter duration on the one hand, but on the other is an aimless, useless, and callous business tied to a clock, an absurdity profoundly felt and resented by the worker whose labor no longer has anything in common with what was traditionally called work. This is true today even for the peasantry. The important thing, however, is not that work is, in a sense, harsher than formerly, but that it calls for different qualities in man. It implies in him an absence, whereas previously it implied a presence. This absence is active, critical, efficient. It engages the whole man and supposes that he is subordinated to its necessity and created for its ends. This is the first time in history that man has been so affected in so many untraditional ways. Carried along by events, he has been plunged into war at periodic intervals. But today's war is total war, a unique and unbelievable phenomenon. It is the onus and concern of all men. It subjects everyone to the same way of life, puts everyone on a level with everyone else, and threatens everyone with the same death. Under its sway, men have had to endure unheard-of sufferings and fatigue. War is now beyond human endurance in noise, movement, enormity of means, and precision of machines. And man himself has become merely an object to be killed, and prey to a permanent panic that he is unable to translate into personal action. Man is subjected by modern war to a nervous tension, a psychic pressure, and an animal submission which are beyond human power to support. But involved and committed to the machine, he does contrive to support all this, admirable machine that he is. In the process, however, he is stretched to the limit of his resistance, like a steel cable which may break at any moment. The conditions of war may still be abnormal and exceptional. Nevertheless, even 4 or 5 years of war are significant in the life of a man, and the conditions of war eventually become very nearly his daily state. For the abnormal and the exceptional, with a somewhat lesser intensity, are reproduced regularly during the course of each day. Man was made to do his daily work with his muscles. But see him now, like a fly on flypaper, seated for 8 hours, motionless, at a desk. 15 minutes of exercise cannot make up for 8 hours of absence. The human being was made to breathe the good air of nature, but what he breathes is an obscure compound of acids and coal tars. He was created for a living environment, but he dwells in a lunar world of stone, cement, asphalt, glass, cast iron, and steel. The trees wilt and blanch among sterile and blind stone facades. Cats and dogs disappear little by little from the city, going the way of the horse. Only rats and men remain to populate a dead world. Man was created to have room to move about in, to gaze into far distances, to live in rooms which, even when they were tiny, opened out on fields. See him now, enclosed by the rules and architectural necessities imposed by overpopulation in a 12 by 12 closet opening out on an anonymous world of city streets. Every man is in this fix, not merely the proletariat, and nothing can be done about it. What once was the abnormal has become the usual, standard condition of things. Even so, the human being is ill at ease in this strange new environment, and the tension demanded of him weighs heavily on his life and being. He seeks to flee and tumbles into the snare of dreams. He tries to comply and falls into the life of organizations. He feels maladjusted and becomes a hypochondriac. But the new technological society has foresight and ability enough to anticipate these human reactions. It has undertaken, with the help of techniques of every kind, to make supportable what was not previously so, and not, indeed, by modifying anything in man's environment, but by taking action upon man himself. Psychology is resorted to more and more. Everybody knows how important morale is. Man can support the harshest and most humane living conditions provided his morale holds. Innumerable psychological examples and experiments confirm this. In a world where technique demands the utmost of men, this maximum cannot be attained, maintained, or surpassed, as sometimes is required, except by a will that is always steady and taut. Man does not by nature possess such a will. He is by no means naturally prepared for such a sublime condition, and if he sometimes does attain to it naturally, the exaltation endures only a few moments. Yet it must be prolonged. Psychological conditions must be created to enable the individual to give his utmost to war or peace, and to resist prostration and discouragement in the face of the dreadful conditions of life into which technique has forced him. At the beginning of 1914, a short war was predicted. The morale of the troops, it was said, could not endure a long one. The same prophecy was made in 1941 at the beginning of the all-out bombardment of Germany. Human beings, it was said, could not long endure such a pounding. In 1917, it was announced that the misery attendant on the Russian Revolution would soon bring about the collapse of communism. None of these predictions came true. Morale and morale alone sustained human stability. Depending on the side men adhered to, they glorified faith in Hitler, their country, communism, but it was not a question of faith. It was really a question of an extremely efficient technique of morale building designed to make the insupportable supportable. Between the intensive Allied bombing and the intensive German propaganda, the German propaganda carried the day. The strategic bombing service of the Americans was forced to conclude that, despite all the bombardments, there was by 1944 no noticeable lowering of industrial production, and that the German workers were working with the same enthusiasm as before. Conversely, when psychological motivation is lacking, industrial production immediately falls. Man is able to endure famine, discomfort, and the most abnormal conditions. He can make intensive and lasting efforts, provided he is psychologically doped. Our society places him in a position in which he is always near the breaking point, and demands just such effort of him. In order that he not break down or lag behind, precisely what technical progress forbids, he must be furnished with psychic forces he does not have in himself, which therefore must come from elsewhere. This is sometimes a very simple matter, as, for example, with the system of the self-arresting production line. When, through fatigue or discontent, one of the workers lags behind the others who have finished their operation, the production line comes to a halt, and the other workers are obliged to pause. According to Friedman, the lagging worker sees that he is keeping his fellows from earning the wages they might earn. He feels guilty toward them, and this feeling acts as a psychological stimulant which effectively compels him to resume the collective tempo in spite of fatigue or discontent. These psychological stimulants are innumerable, and are very often the spontaneous product of the conditions of life. Ideologies are a good example. I am not alluding here to political ideologies, but to a whole complex of ideologies of a much more restricted kind, such as are to be found in the Reader's Digest. Technique, then, brings its own ideology, and every technical realization engenders its own ideological justifications. A recent study of the Tennessee Valley Authority by Wengert examines this phenomenon in detail. The TVA originally was an exclusively technical program to develop hydraulic power and prevent dangerous flooding. The program was carried out and the power generated was duly distributed to neighboring localities. It proved to be a profitable venture, in spite of what some people may say about it. In the beginning, the TVA did not have cultural implications. But even before the program yielded concrete results, the myth began to develop, and today the TVA has become a symbol of regionalism in the United States. To it is ascribed the function of coordinating and integrating diverse activities, a role in the methodical development of natural resources, a task of decentralization affecting public and private federal and local institutions, and even a mission of education. We hear of democracy on the march and other such panegyrics. But nothing in this myth corresponds to facts. It is a set of ideological constructions which do indeed start from concrete, technical, and true facts, but these facts in no way imply such constructions. Mythical constructions such as these lie in the realm of those moral fables for which politicians, economists, and sociologists are often responsible. The press and the radio then take up these fictions and popularize them, and the public, always uneasy about its failure to find solutions to the problems perpetually dinned into its ears, falls eagerly upon what seems to be a solution and gives it currency. At such a moment an ideology is born, and in the democratic countries becomes public opinion. After the public has taken it up, other technical schemes are elaborated on the basis of the myth. Thus, as a function of ideologies in no way implied by the TVA, corresponding programs were proposed for the Missouri River. But the correspondence is mere appearance. Not technique but man is responsible for this wholesale manufacture of symbols. Perhaps it is closer to the truth to say that the contact between man and technique brings this about, of necessity. It is literally impossible for the public to believe that so much effort and intelligence, so many dazzling results, produce only material effects. People simply cannot admit that a great dam produces nothing but electricity. The myth of the dam in France springs from the fact that mass man worships his own massive works and cannot bring himself to attribute to them a merely material value. Moreover, since these works involve immense sacrifices, it is necessary to justify the sacrifices, a fact I shall return to in my study of propaganda. In short, man creates for himself a new religion of a rational and technical order to justify his work and to be justified in it. The mechanism of the TVA affords a remarkable example of this process. It is thus possible through psychological means to draw from man his last measure of effort, and at the same time compel him to bear up under the disadvantages with which the new society hinders him. This is the first goal of psychological techniques. The only thing that matters technically is yield, production. This is the law of technique. This yield can only be obtained by the total mobilization of human beings, body and soul, and this implies the exploitation of all human psychic forces. After these reflections, we cannot accept the often quoted statement, "The effort to increase production must cease when the equilibrium of the whole man is endangered." This statement would be acceptable if equilibrium were stable or static. But what does equilibrium mean when it is possible to recreate it more or less arbitrarily by purely artificial means? What can limits mean when psychological devices make it possible to push back all limits? A fixed structure no longer exists for man. We exact of him what he would never yield of himself. The machine allows him to comply with the material demands made upon him, and psychological manipulation permits it spiritually. The modification of the human psyche that results from the interrelation of all techniques makes nonsense of the statement quoted. The equilibrium of the whole man? The technical society is capable of recreating man as a very different whole from what he was a century ago. It is able to re-establish equilibrium at a higher or lower point, according to the criteria employed, but in any case to establish it at a different level from the one maintained before the technical era. Modification of the milieu and space. Technique has penetrated the deepest recesses of the human being. The machine tends not only to create a new human environment, but also to modify man's very essence. The milieu in which he lives is no longer his. He must adapt himself, as though the world were new, to a universe for which he was not created. He was made to go 6 kilometers an hour, and he goes 1,000. He was made to eat when he was hungry and to sleep when he was sleepy. Instead, he obeys a clock. He was made to have contact with living things, and he lives in a world of stone. He was created with a certain essential unity, and he is fragmented by all the forces of the modern world. Admittedly, the machine has enriched man as it has changed him. The machine's senses and organs have multiplied the powers of human senses and organs, enabling man to penetrate a new milieu and revealing to him unknown sights, liberties, and servitudes. He has been liberated little by little from physical constraints, but he is all the more the slave of abstract ones. He acts through intermediaries and consequently has lost contact with reality. The interested reader may wish to consult Friedman's admirable work concerning the separation of the worker from his material. Man as a worker has lost contact with the primary element of life and environment, the basic material out of which he makes what he makes. He no longer knows wood or iron or wool. He is acquainted only with the machine. His capacity to become a mechanic has replaced his knowledge of his material. This development has occasioned profound mental and psychic transformations which cannot yet be assessed. Men with scientific knowledge of materials are found only in research institutes. But they never use these materials or see them and have merely an abstract knowledge of their properties. The men who actually use the materials to produce a finished product no longer know them. They follow engineering specifications using the only object they will ever know firsthand, the machine. Even so, it cannot be said that man is adapted to the machine. The pilot of the supersonic aircraft at its maximum velocity becomes, in a sense, completely one with his machine. But immobilized in a network of tubes and ducts, he is deaf, blind, and impotent. His senses have been replaced by dials which inform him what is taking place. Built into his helmet, for example, is an electroencephalographic apparatus which can warn him of an immediate rarefication of oxygen before his senses could have told him. We can say he subsists in abnormal conditions, but we cannot say he is adapted to them in any really human sense. And his situation is not exceptional. It is not only in work, which takes up a great part of his life, that man encounters this transformation. His environment as a whole, everything that goes to make up his milieu, his livelihood, habitat, and habits, is modified. The machine has transformed whatever is most immediately connected with him: home, furniture, food. His dwelling place becomes more and more mechanized, like a factory, through an extreme division of labor and the organization of housework. Catherine Esther Beecher's analysis of the domestic function caused many people to feel sympathetic in some degree toward the systematization of housework in the 19th century, even though it seemed strange at first. Translator's note. Miss Beecher, 1800 to 78, wrote extensively on education for women. She held that women's domestic function was paramount, and for this reason opposed female suffrage. Since the 30s, however, the systematic organization of kitchen space has been completely accepted with its 3 centers of work for preparation, cooking, and washing, along with the tailorization of the motions of cooking. Technical rigor has penetrated into the domain of the uncoordinated, the unconsidered, the individual, and has resulted in the avoidance of motion, steps, time, and fatigue. It has also put the housewife into a laboratory, into a minutely ordered network of relentless motions representing slavery 1,000-fold more exacting than anything she knew in the past. It is useless to insist on this point. France is on the threshold of this transformation. It is already far advanced in the United States. Even the most superficial observers can see that this transformation of housework by the machine has brought about a completely different style of living. Wife and children no longer fulfill their traditional function. A new relation exists between husband and wife, and between parent and child. The hearth no longer has any meaning, and the patient building of family relations no raison d'être. A different state of mind necessarily corresponds to a radically different state of affairs. But what state of mind? As yet, no one seems to know. One's first reaction is simply to say, no state of mind. The machine is modifying household furnishings to an ever greater degree. The interested reader is referred to Siegfried Gideon's work, which describes not only this modification of household furniture, but also the modification of the whole structure of housing. Gideon's conclusion is that mechanization is tyrannizing over housing. Furniture and housing must, of course, comply with the necessities of mass production. Both must undergo modification because of the mechanization of household interiors. A house must be conceived less for the comfort of its occupants than for the accommodation of the numerous mechanical gadgets to be installed in it. In a different area of private life, there is the wide range of effects mechanization has had upon food, for example, through the various new methods of preservation and storage. I have already mentioned the profound modification of bread, which has become a chemical substance of very different composition from that produced from simple cereal grains. Beginning with Sylvester Graham's Treatise on Bread, a number of studies have shown to what degree the organic structure of bread has been modified by the machine and by the science of chemistry. The result was a profound modification of taste, as if the consumers, by an unconscious reaction, adapted their taste to the type of bread which corresponded exactly to the demands of mass production. Mechanization shattered the age-old character of bread and converted it into a valueless article of fashion. This statement is not an aesthetic judgment or a lingering romanticism, but rather the result of exact technical studies, a technical fact established by technicians. This in itself presupposes it is not a value judgment. We are registering a fact and not nostalgia for the old whole wheat bread of our ancestors. It is a fact of the same order as the retreat of wine before Coca-Cola. The ancient civilization of wine is becoming obsolescent as a result of an industrial product. Just as material surroundings, the nearest, humblest, and most personal, have been modified, so have the broader and more abstract elements of life. Work, rest, and food, and time, space, and movement as well, no longer have any connection with traditional forms. It is commonly said that with the new modes of transport, distance no longer exists. And, indeed, man has vanquished space. He is able to travel about the entire globe. He meets men of other races. He becomes a cosmopolite and a citizen of the world, less, it may be added, through his own will and ideals than through the mechanical fact of easy transport. But only a small minority of people use airlines, enter into relations with the world, and see space stretch out before them. For the overwhelming majority, although space has not remained traditional, it has undergone an inverse evolution. The world's population has increased tenfold in a very short time. In particular, the population of France has almost trebled in a century and a half, so that we have, in effect, only 1/3 the amount of room per capita that we formerly had. No longer are there any lonely mountains and deserted seacoasts. Solitude is no longer possible. Space is at such a premium that men jostle one another everywhere. Quite apart from the solitude of relaxation, we no longer have even the normal solitude which implies sufficient space to live, other than as if in a prison cell or at a factory workbench. Living and working traditionally meant open space, a no-man's land separating a man from his fellows. But there is no longer any possibility of that. Man has always known wide horizons. Even the city dweller had direct contact with limitless plains, mountains, and seas. Beyond the enclosing walls of the medieval city was open country. At most, the citizen had to walk 500 yards to reach the city walls, where space, fair and free, suddenly extended before him. Today, man knows only bounded horizons and reduced dimensions. The space not only of his movements but of his gaze is shrinking. The paradox is characteristic of our times, that to the abstract conquest of space by man corresponds the limitation of place for men. It is scarcely necessary to emphasize the fact that this diminution of Lebensraum results indirectly from techniques, through population growth, or directly from them, through urban and industrial agglomeration. Modification of time and motion. In much the same way, technique has modified human time. That man, until recently, got along well enough without measuring time precisely is something we never even think about. And that we do not think about it shows to what a degree we have been affected by technique. What means there were in the past for measuring time belonged to the rich, and until the 14th century exerted no influence on real time or on life. Until then, there were mechanical horologia which did not so much mark the hour as indicate it very approximately by bells or chimes. The clock tower with its public clock made its appearance toward the end of the century. Until then, time had been measured by life's needs and events. At most, life had been regulated since the 5th century by church bells, but this regulation really followed a psychological and biological tempo. The time man guided himself by corresponded to nature's time. It was material and concrete. It became abstract, probably toward the end of the 14th century, when it was divided into hours, minutes, and seconds. Little by little, this mechanical kind of time, with its knife-edge divisions, penetrated, along with machinery, into human life. The first private clocks appeared in the 16th century. Thenceforward, time was an abstract measure separated from the traditional rhythms of life and nature. It became mere quantity. But since life is inseparable from time, life too was forced to submit to the new guiding principle. From then on, life itself was measured by the machine. Its organic functions obeyed the mechanical. Eating, working, and sleeping were at the beck and call of the machinery. Time, which had been the measure of organic sequences, was broken and dissociated. Human life ceased to be an ensemble, a whole, and became a disconnected set of activities having no other bond than the fact that they were performed by the same individual. Footnote: Enrico Castelli's study, Les Temps Harcelants, extends our observations into the realm of the psychological. He shows how the man of the technical world lives without past or future, and how the loss of the sense of duration deprives law and language of their meaning. According to Castelli, modern man lives in a universe in which technique has divested language of its meaning and value. If this formula seems exaggerated, I would direct you to Castelli's book to see its essential truth. The book stresses the fact that technique, as a result of the perfection of means which it has placed at the disposal of modern man, has effectively suppressed the respite of time indispensable to the rhythm of life. Between desire and the satisfaction of desire, there is no longer the duration which is necessary for real choice and examination. There is no longer respite for reflecting or choosing or adapting oneself, or for acting or wishing or pulling oneself together. The rule of life is no sooner said than done. Life has become a race course composed of instantaneous variations of the universe, a succession of objective events which drag us along and lead us astray without anywhere offering us the possibility of standing apart, taking stock, and ceasing to act. Mechanical abstraction and rigidity permeated the whole structure of being. Abstract time became a new milieu, a new framework of existence. Today, the human being is dissociated from the essence of life. Instead of living time, he is split up and parceled out by it. Lewis Mumford is right in calling the clock the most important machine of our culture. And he is right, too, in asserting that the clock has made modern progress and efficiency possible through its rapidity of action and the coordination it effects in man's daily activities. All organization of work and study of motion is based on the clock. There is a third general, non-material element of human life which, along with space and time, has been profoundly modified by technique: motion. Here, too, we observe the same process. Motion is the spontaneous expression of life, its visible form. Everything alive chooses of itself its attitudes, orientations, gestures, and rhythms. There is perhaps nothing more personal to a living being, as far as the observer is concerned, than its movements. In reality, there is no such thing as movement in general. There are only the movements of individual things. Technique, however, considers the matter very differently. Gilbreth's ingenuity consisted in analyzing the notions of an individual and thus rendering them abstract. There was no longer a being in motion, but a point, not a series of acts, but a curve, a trajectory in abstract space and time. It is true that human activities bear certain resemblances to one another, and by synthesizing them, it is possible to arrive at precise laws of their motion. Moreover, every human skill in action is based upon a complex of fundamental principles common to all. It is therefore possible to specify not only the laws which govern them, but also their exact trajectories. This supposes, first, the abstraction of motion, and second, its analysis. Motion is dissected into discrete aspects, so that its form appears phenomenally, point by point. The immediate consequence of such analysis is that motion becomes completely disjointed from personal and internal life. Technical analysis concentrates on the efficient cause of human actions and eliminates as secondary everything that expresses human personality. Action is no longer a real function of the person who performs it. It is a function of abstract and ideal symbols, which become its sole criteria. As long as we restrict ourselves to scientific investigation, such attempts to analyze motion are completely acceptable. But as far as concrete reality is concerned, they must be judged futile. However, these analyses soon show their compelling power, and were applied to an ever-increasing degree to the modification of the worker's practical motions. The problem of the regulation of these movements in industry is so well known that I need not refer to it here. But this type of regulation is gaining ground outside the sphere of manual labor. All the machines of our technological society presuppose to an ever greater degree the perfect motions Gilbreth defined in his trajectories. The more rapidly our machines operate, the more precise they must be, and the less we can allow ourselves the luxury of using them arbitrarily. This is as true of the machines we have in our houses as of the machines we meet on the street. Our movements must approach perfection to the degree that the machines approach it and continue to increase in number. Our motions are no longer entitled to express our own personalities. It suffices to take one look at distracted and panicky elderly people in the middle of a Paris street to understand that modern velocities render motion abstract and no longer tolerate imperfect motions just because they are human. We still do not know the ultimate effects of these transformations on the human being. We have only begun to study them. Precisely what is modified in man by this violent upheaval of every element of his environment? We do not know. But we do know that violent modifications have taken place, and we have a foreboding of them in the development of neuroses and in the new behaviors with which contemporary literature acquaints us. In ceasing to be himself, modern man bears testimony to these phenomena not only when he suffers anxiety, but even when he is happy. For the last decade, scientific studies have been accumulating, which demonstrate man's psychological, moral, and even biological incapacity to adapt in any real way to the milieu technique has created for him. Careful studies have analyzed the nervous afflictions brought on by industrial work, but contact with other kinds of machines, for example automobiles, television, or the life of the technician in general, apparently produces the same effects. The November 1960 issue of Semaine Médicale de Paris, on the basis of information contributed by 4,000 physicians all over the world, offers a study of a new disease of great complexity which is brought on by modern city life, and which might be called urbanitis. Some investigators have already become engrossed in the question of a better adaptation of man to his new milieu. For example, they are concerned with the necessity of giving man the means of assimilating the machine, or of assimilating its lessons, of causing it to become a part of human life. It is generally agreed that without such assimilation, it is impossible to transcend the machine or to arrive at a new form of society. This assimilation is the prime objective of the so-called human sciences, the sciences which have man as their subject. Furthermore, it is necessary to protect man by outfitting him with a kind of psychological shock absorber. Only another technique is able to give efficient protection against the aggression of techniques. This protection is the second objective of the human sciences. We shall examine later on whether it is reasonable to hope to create a genuinely human civilization by transcending the machine with the aid of the human sciences. At this point, let us remark merely that it is precisely the need to diagnose and cure this disease that is offered as both justification and demand for the creation of new human techniques. The creation of mass society. There is a third area in which human techniques are applied, and it represents a further cause of disequilibration for the human being seeking to adapt to his new milieu. It is a truism to state that contemporary society is becoming a mass society. The process of massification, the accession of the masses, have been thoroughly studied and understood. Less well understood, however, is the fact that the man of the present is not spontaneously adapted to the new form of society. Previous societies took their character to a very large degree from the men in them. Technical or economic conditions imposed certain sociological structures, but the human being was in essential agreement with these structures, and the form society took expressed the psychology of the individual. This is no longer true. The process of massification takes place not because the man of today is by nature a mass man, but for technical reasons. Man becomes a mass man in the new framework imposed upon him because he is unable to remain for very long at variance with his milieu. The adaptation of men to a mass society is not yet an accomplished fact, and recent research in the field of psychoanalytic sociology has revealed the gap which still exists between man and the collective society, a gap which is the cause of disequilibration. Every society has norms which represent a criterion of the normal. When these norms change their character, a disturbance of equilibrium ensues, and for the man who has not kept pace with the changes, neurosis. There is no doubt that the norms of our civilization have changed for reasons which are not human. Men as a whole had no desire for the changes that occurred, nor did they work toward them consciously. Indirect influences have operated on the norms of modern society, and these norms have been transformed without men knowing what was happening. It seems to me that Karen Horney's analysis of this disequilibration is accurate. According to Horney, our civilization, or so men believe, still attests to a secularized Christian ideology, which sets the highest value on brotherly relations. But the structures of our world and its real norms represent diametrically the opposite. The fundamental rule of the world today is the rule of economic, political, and class competition, and this competition extends to the social and human relations of friendship and sex. The disequilibration between the traditional affirmation and the new criterion has produced the climate of anxiety and insecurity characteristic of our epoch and of our neuroses, and corresponds exactly to the distinction between the individualist society and the mass society. The human being does not feel at home in the collective atmosphere. This is true of societies that differ in many ways among themselves. It applies to the primitive sociological collectivism of Africa, to the individualistic civilization of Europe, and to the collective adaptation of a higher type in the United States. In all these societies, everyone is affected by a certain malaise. The change of sociological structures is occurring at a very rapid tempo and affects everyone, and the state demands an immediate collective effort from all the citizens. A sufficient respite is never afforded the individual to allow him to assimilate all the new criteria. The process of massification corresponds, moreover, to the disappearance of anything resembling a community. The majority of American psychosociologists insist on the importance of human social relations for the individual. As Jerome Scott and R.P. Linton put it, every man requires emotional and intellectual satisfactions which alone secure for him his belonging to a community. When this need is suppressed, neuroses result. Some experts even maintain that most obsessive neurosis springs from a failure of social adaptation and from the suppression of community relations, for which technical relations are substituted, as Roethlisberger has pointed out. This new sociological mass structure and its new criteria of civilization seem both inevitable and undeniable. They are inevitable because they are imposed by technical forces and economic considerations beyond the reach of man. They are not the result of thought, doctrine, discourse, will. They are simply there as a condition of fact. All social reforms, all social changes are located wholly within this condition of fact, unless they are purely utopian. When social change is truly realistic, it accepts this condition buoyantly, vindicates it, and exploits it. Only two possibilities are left to the individual. Either he remains what he was, in which case he becomes more and more unadapted, neurotic, and inefficient, loses his possibilities of subsistence, and is at last tossed on the social rubbish heap, whatever his talents may be, or he adapts himself to the new sociological organism which becomes his world, and he becomes unable to live except in a mass society. And then he scarcely differs from a caveman. But to become a mass man entails a tremendous effort of psychic mutation. The purpose of the techniques which have man as their object, the so-called human techniques, is to assist him in this mutation, to help him find the quickest way to calm his fears and reshape his heart and his brain. When we look into technical rather than theoretical works on this subject, the design emerges with great clarity. It is a question of strengthening the environment in such a way that, in practice, all subjects come more or less quickly under its influence, says Claude Munson, from a pragmatic American point of view. If integration proves impossible, it is then necessary to uproot the individual from one social environment and place him in another where adaptation is possible. Somehow provision must be made for the individual to reach the glorious state of equilibrium so desired by those who guide human destiny, the state in which the individual is so adapted that his personal difficulties are no different from those of the collectivity. He is no longer a man in a group, but an element of the group. It is remarkable that mass participation distracts the individual from his miseries and even dispels them. After all, the process of massification was itself the origin of man's psychic difficulties. Another aspect of this adaptation is the adjustment of the individual to technical instruments. The instruments in our possession are, in effect, mass instruments, both in the realm of material action and in that of psychological action. If at present we desire to exert any influence on man, it is possible to do so only through the mass media, and only to the degree that man is a mass man. I shall return to this fact with reference to mass education and to propaganda methods, both of which are able to move the mass individual only by massifying him more and more. The non-spontaneous union of the individual and the collectivity is one of the essential conditions for the development of techniques in the special sociological form they take in our society. This union is, as we shall see, one of the most noteworthy results of the techniques devoted to man. In this connection, it is an oversimplification to speak of collectivization or human guidance. This complete mutation of the human species has not been produced by a collectivist theory or by someone's will to power. The cause is much more profound, at once human and inhuman. Inhuman because it is occasioned by things and circumstances, human because it answers the heart's desire of every modern man, without exception. We have studied the threefold foundation of the indispensable human techniques: the superhuman demands made on man by present-day society, the complete modification of the human environment, and the alteration of sociological structures. Man, in fundamental discord with his universe, must of necessity be restored to harmony with it. Human techniques. It thus became imperative to rethink the whole situation of man in his new world. But thinking things through seemed altogether insufficient. It was necessary to act. Action upon the techniques themselves appeared to be impossible. The question therefore became, is it not possible to act upon man himself? To help him resist? To protect him, perhaps? To educate him, certainly? The applications of the human sciences were worked out along these lines of thought. In our day, human techniques offer great hopes to man, sorely beset by anxiety. Not long ago, an extensive survey of the different scientific disciplines appeared under the title, "The Sciences of Man Re-establish His Supremacy." Man, menaced by his own discoveries and no longer capable of mastering the forces unleashed by them, is to have his greatness restored by human techniques. The grounds for hope given in the survey by Georges Friedman, Alain Sargent, Jean Fourastier, Georges Weil, Chambard de Love, J. Guéron, and others are reducible to three elements. First, the liberation of man, not by technique in general, but specifically through the agency of human techniques, a liberation which proceeds as much from within man as from without. With the help of the human sciences, man will be freed from technocracy itself. Technique will combat slavery. According to Chambard de Love, research in this area must be completely disinterested and free from any preoccupation with immediate application. Techniques are in a position to offer man a saner and more balanced life, and to free him from material constraints, whether these arise from nature or from the actions of other men. The human being is freer when he is no longer in danger of famine, and when he has some leisure from labor. Technique is in great part the basis of this freedom. In addition, the human techniques purify and free the inner man. This, for example, is the grand design of psychoanalysis. Man, freed and returned to himself, will be much better adapted to life and to the mastery of the difficulties with which the modern world confronts him. The second element is less hackneyed. The world of techniques is no longer the abstract and mechanical world imagined by its critics and by the technocrats themselves. We have known for some time that technique is of little value if it has not been rendered tractable by man. Humanism, then, has been restored to its place of honor. To act contrary to the profundities of human nature is to act irrationally. This represents for the most part a merely verbal and ideological humanism. There may have been some genuinely humanistic aspects in modern discoveries, but for the most part they have been primarily technical. A good method applied by an imbecile does not yield good results, and a technique used by a man full of rancor, disgust, or resentment, or by a man who detests it, will not be very efficient. Research, therefore, has taken two directions. It has concerned itself with making the interests of man and technique correspond, thus rendering technique flexible. It has also attempted to take human nature into account in order to keep man from being crushed by technique, thereby becoming an obstacle to technique. On both these counts, there has been an unceasing effort to refine our knowledge of human techniques in order to bridge the gap between man and technique. The claims of the human being have thus come to assert themselves to a greater and greater degree in the development of techniques. This is known as humanizing the techniques. Man is not supposed to be merely a technical object, but a participant in a complicated movement. His fatigue, pleasures, nerves, and opinions are carefully taken into account. Attention is paid to his reactions to orders, his phobias, and his earnings. All this fills the uneasy with hope. From the moment man is taken seriously, it seems to them that they are witnessing the creation of a technical humanism. The third element of hope is the fact that these human techniques have tended to reconstitute the unity of the human being, which had been shattered by the sudden and jarring action of technique. The grand design of human techniques is to make man the center of all techniques. He has been torn in every direction by the technical forces of the modern world and is no longer able of himself, at least on an individual level, to preserve his unity. But this lost unity can be restored by technique on the abstract level of science. There is no doubt that technique can counter technique, and abstractly man can thereby be restored to unity. A group of techniques is to be formed, therefore, centered on the concept of man and activated by the human techniques. There is a fourth glorious element, the prospect of the creation of a Superman. He will not appear tomorrow, but serious biologists already speak of the possibilities of chemical conditioning in the near future, and, more distantly, of parthenogenesis and ectogenesis and embryonic conditioning. It is useless to dwell on these theories here, they are only remote possibilities. However, it is instructive to see how many intellectuals hope to find in the creation of Superman the solution of all the otherwise insoluble problems posed to the common man by the technical world in which he lives. Of course, the Superman I speak of has nothing to do with Superman, the American comic strip character. Man's power is not the issue here, but his intellectual and psychic life, to say nothing of his spiritual life. It would be idle to deny all reality to such hopes. To a great degree, these auguries are justified. Technical knowledge does give us new insights into human reality and can serve toward its unification. Among the elements I have summarized, the most important is undoubtedly the second. The concrete details of man's life with respect to technical apparatus must be taken into consideration on the human plane. The fatigue factor is important, and the individual's labor must be planned to reduce fatigue. It is essential in constructing machinery to avoid uncomfortable or dangerous situations for the operator, and to modify the wage earner's milieu to give him more pleasure, light, and the freedom and fellow feeling indispensable to him. It is desirable to show concern for the worker's dwelling place, for the comfort of the housewife's kitchen, for the lighting of the children's rooms, in short, for any factor that will obviously be of advantage to all. Who could believe the contrary, or plead for slums or worker casualties? However, a certain misunderstanding must be avoided. The word humanism is often spoken in connection with the situation I have described. Humanism is essentially a certain conception of man. And, it develops, this is an astonishing conception of man, a conception that involves contempt for man's inner life to the advantage of his sociological life, contempt of his moral and intellectual life to the advantage of his material life. This position is admissible for conscious materialists, but I cannot admit it for the unconscious materialists who are always prating of their spirituality. The argument that moral development will follow material development can only be characterized as hypocrisy. Moreover, it has not always been a voluntary and conscious humanism which has presided over this progress. If we seek the real reason, we hear over and over again that there is something out of line in the technical system, an insupportable state of affairs for a technician. A remedy must be found. What is out of line? According to the usual superficial analysis, it is man that is amiss. The technician thereupon tackles the problem as he would any other. He has a method which has hitherto enabled him to solve all difficulties, and he uses it here too, but he considers man only as an object of technique, and only to the degree that man interferes with the proper function of the technique. Technique reveals its essential efficiency in discerning that man has a sentimental and moral life, which can have great influence on his material behavior, and in proposing to do something about such factors on the basis of its own ends. These factors are, for technique, human and subjective. But if means can be found to act upon them, to rationalize them and bring them into line, they need not be a technical drawback. Of course, man as such does not count. When the technical problem is well in hand, the professional humanists look at the situation and dub it humanist. This procedure suits the literati, moralists, and philosophers who are concerned about the human situation. What is more natural than for philosophers to say, "See how we are concerned with man," and for their literary admirers to echo, "At last, a humanism which is not confined to playing with ideas, but which penetrates the facts." Unfortunately, it is a historical fact that this shouting of humanism always comes after the technicians have intervened. For a true humanism, it ought to have occurred before. This is nothing more than the traditional psychological maneuvering called rationalizing. Since 1947, we have witnessed the same humanist rationalizing with respect to the earth itself. In the United States, for example, methods of large-scale agriculture had been savagely applied. The humanists became alarmed by this violation of the sacred soil, this lack of respect for nature, but the technical people troubled themselves not at all until a steady decline in agricultural productivity became apparent. Technical research discovered that the earth contains certain trace elements which become exhausted when the soil is mistreated. This discovery, made by Sir Albert Howard in his thorough investigation of Indian agriculture, led to the conclusion that animal and vegetable, organic, fertilizers were superior to any and all artificial fertilizers, and that it is essential not to exhaust the earth's reserves. Up to now, no one has succeeded in finding a way of replacing trace elements artificially. The technicians have recommended more care in the use of fertilizers and moderation in the utilization of machinery. In short, respect for the soil. And all nature lovers rejoice. But was any real respect for the earth involved here? Clearly not. The important thing was agricultural yield. It might be objected, who cares what the real causes were if the result is respect for man or for nature? If technical excess brings us to wisdom, Let us by all means develop techniques. If man must be effectively protected by a technique that understands him, we may at least rest assured that he will be better protected than he ever was by all his philosophies. This is hocus pocus. Today's technique may respect man because it is in its interest and part of its normal course of development to do so. But we have no certainty that this will be so in the future. We could have a measure of certainty only if technique, by necessity and for deep and lasting reasons, subordinated its power in principle to the interests of man. Otherwise, a complete reversal is always possible. Tomorrow it might be in technique's interest to exploit man brutally, to mutilate and suppress him. We have, as of now, no guarantee whatsoever that this is not the road it will take. On the contrary, we see all around us at least as many signs of increasing contempt for man as of respect for him. Technique mixes the one with the other indiscriminately. The only law it follows is that of its own autonomous development. To me, therefore, it seems impossible to speak of a technical humanism. Review. Right at the beginning, let us emphasize that we are studying technique. It was thought for a long time that man's conduct belonged to the realm of art, and it can certainly be said that Freudian psychoanalysis is an art. Behavior based on flair, on intuitive as well as reasoned knowledge, and on personal relations, the spontaneous devising of means for influencing heart and mind, the wholehearted participation of man in his acts, all these are characteristic of art. Great leaders, great teachers, and agitators have all been artists. But art and artistry no longer suffice. We must find solutions to the problems raised by techniques, and only through technical means can we find them. The means of exerting action on men must answer to the following three criteria. 1. Generality. Every man must be reached in every area of life because everyone is involved. Individual action is unimportant. 2. Objectivity. Action, since it is a function of society itself, cannot be dependent upon the transient and subjective acts of individuals. The means must be rendered independent of the individual, who employs them so as to make them applicable by anyone at all. This criterion alone would imply the transition from art to technique. 3. Permanence. Since the technical challenge to man concerns his whole life, psychic action must be exerted upon him without let-up, from the beginning of his existence to its end. Localized intervention by the great or powerful can no longer be relied upon, and action by fits and starts is not enough. It must be steady and uniform. Because the transition to practical application must be effected quickly, it is scarcely possible to speak of science. The problem is to discover the most effective means. One is therefore obliged to call the whole complex technique, in spite of the lofty tone taken by people who put their faith in the human sciences. When Sergei Chikotin writes, with reference to propaganda, that the understanding of the mechanisms of human behavior entails the possibility of managing them at will, and that calculation, prediction, and action according to verifiable laws are possible, he is describing human techniques accurately. Three facts demonstrate the reality of transition of action from art to technique. The first is the state of mind common to the technicians who make use of human techniques. They arbitrarily select only those scientific data which seem useful and are disdainfully condescending toward whatever data are not utilizable. In psychology and psychoanalysis, for example, vocational counselors and propagandists make a definite choice. In the field of practical psychology known as public relations, as practiced by, say, Dale Carnegie or Claude Munson, a certain suspicion of theoretical and abstract psychology prevails, and certain indispensable simplifications are made. Munson writes that the mechanism of morale building is neither simpler nor less technical than a problem in mechanics, Both require a clear conception of the objective, the elaboration of a plan of methodical execution, the knowledge of the all-cooperating factors, a central agent entrusted with the direction and verification of the operations, a thorough study of methods, and so on. Munson, moreover, calls attention to a remarkable unpredictability, for which every technician must make allowances. He writes, "Without being able to point out in advance the solution for a particular case, one at least knows that the solution will fit into a determinate type to which certain general principles are applicable." Munson has in mind a program of all the different forms of deliberate persuasion, a program with technical precision and flexibility. A second characteristic of the transition from art to technique is the extensive application of mathematics. Biometry, psychometry, sociometry, and cybernetics have become the chief intermediaries for creating these techniques. It is considered illusory to think it possible to construct a true system of action from non-quantitative laws and observations. This was the traditional stumbling block for psychological techniques. When the attempt was first made to create a true technique of propaganda, for example, biology, an exact science, was taken as the basis. Subsequently, other exact disciplines were called upon, for example, public opinion polls and statistics. Progress in this and other human techniques came about only when the human sciences took on the exactitude of mathematics. Only metric methods can analyze and predict efficiently. It is striking to note, incidentally, that metric methods applied in different kinds of political regimes by different kinds of technicians come to the same result. This, too, is characteristic of techniques. In this respect, I find a remark made by Paul H. Mocor very much to the point. Speaking of American sociometry, Mocor says, "It is interesting to observe that this sociometry has the same practical conclusions as the so-called Stakhanovism." Rubinstein makes the same observation from the Soviet point of view. The third characteristic element in the transition from art to technique is the appearance of the technical experimental state of mind. It is admittedly difficult to test human techniques experimentally. This is so for two reasons. These techniques cannot be manipulated freely by the experimenter. Moreover, human society forms a complicated whole, so that it is very difficult to achieve the two conditions necessary for technical experimentation: isolation of phenomena and analysis of elements. However, without having recourse to the dangerous and over-hasty methods of totalitarian states, experimenters in the field of human techniques have found a particularly good experimental field: the Army. The Army is a singularly favorable environment because the soldier is away from his customary framework. His social ties have been severed, and he has been divested of his traditional personality. He then forms completely new social ties. The resultant collectivity can be studied from its inception and isolated from secondary and complicating influences. Such a collectivity, moreover, lends itself to study, and is easily observed from day to day. The personality of each man is completely new, for with the new uniform, he assumes a new psychology. The experiments on the Army serve a twofold purpose. First, the recruits are directly influenced in their actions and carry this influence back into civilian life, where their behavior will be predictable, and they themselves will be easily manipulated. The civilian population, therefore, can be influenced through the intermediacy of the Army, which is connected with the rest of society by links that are being drawn tighter and tighter. Second, the knowledge gained through experimentation on soldiers has indirect importance. This knowledge can be applied to other, more complex milieus, which might not lend themselves readily to experimentation, even though they are similar to the Army in kind. Examples which come to mind are business organizations and, particularly, great industrial plants. Methods found effective in the Army are applied to the plant, and in the process there is an inevitable tendency to simplify human relations and to model after the military the industrial collectives in which these techniques are applied. This indirect action is only slowly being felt, but the massive displacement of workers, which is constantly increasing even in liberal countries, shows that, involuntarily, technique in the form of human techniques is gradually gaining the upper hand. Human techniques are of such multiplicity that any attempt to describe them adequately would require a whole library. Even an attempt to enumerate them would entail the loss of a cohesiveness and compactness. There are techniques addressed to man as an isolated individual, and techniques addressed to man as a social being. Some concern his mind and some his body. Others touch his will. Still others that secret place where matter becomes spirit and soul animates matter. Techniques are addressed to the child and to the man, to the fetus and to the commissioner. They should be ordered into a system, as in fact they are. In such a system, the same technique would be represented on different levels corresponding to different ends. For example, psychoanalytic technique enters into the mechanisms of propaganda, the modern school, and vocational guidance. Here, however, I shall try only to describe as soberly and briefly as possible the basic themes, subjects, and principles of the problem. It would be useless to describe them at length or in great detail. A condensed description will bring the facts into sharp relief, and that must suffice. Educational technique. All of us who were adult in 1950 in France preserved a vivid memory of dismal schools where teachers were enemies and punishment was a constant menace, of narrow barred windows, gloomy brown walls, and uncomfortable benches hollowed out by generations of bored students. The smell of sour milk, dirty smocks, and snot-nosed kids made a unique impression that a young instructor would never forget. We well remember books without illustrations, incomprehensible lessons learned by rote, discipline, and boredom. We had a healthy fear of the masters, upon whom we played our tricks. We feared some of our fellow pupils, too, especially those who sat behind us, against whom we were unarmed. The students were divided into the weak and the strong, much like an embryonic political structure where the weak quickly band together. There was pitiless competition in respect to studies, marks, and places. Categories were simple then. Work was a curse, the school was a hostile world, and the greater society outside its walls seemed to be the same. All superiors were enemies. There were the snivellers who wanted only to get by, and the tough characters strong enough to dispense with the kind of success school life offered. All the rest were either cowed or rebellious according to their natures. These were the ancient and familiar categories of school life which were suddenly overthrown by the extension of a series of techniques that we call technique de l'école nouvelle, progressive education. Progressive education has as its end the happiness of the child. It entails bright classrooms, understanding teachers, and pleasurable work. Its educational formulas are well known. The child in school must be relaxed and enjoy himself. He must exist in a balanced environment, get rid of his complexes, and play while he is learning. All this represents a perfectly valid program. It has the elements of genial scholarship derived from the celebrated saying of Montaigne, to the effect that we must stop cramming children's skulls to pass the baccalaureate, supercharging their brains with encyclopedic knowledge to the detriment of all other activities. Education must seek, rather, to develop in a balanced way all their faculties, physical, manual, psychic, and intellectual, and in this last it must seek to stress personal observation and reasoning instead of rote learning. Moreover, the whole process is supposed to take place with the minimum possible use of force. It is essential to respect the person of the child and to individualize instruction to the maximum. Instruction is part of total education, and is not addressed to the intelligence alone. Its method, based on the meutic of Socrates, consists in bringing the child himself to discover the properties of objects, or, starting from facts he himself observes, the principles which underlie them. Translator's note: meutic, from the Greek word for midwife, a term applied by Socrates to his method of teaching, which was designed to bring to clear consciousness what was already present but hidden in the recesses of the mind. This educational procedure is, however, a highly refined technique, detailed and rigorous, and it makes the most exacting demands on the technician himself, who must indeed be a remarkable pedagogue to be able to apply it. It is not a mechanical technique that applies itself almost ipso facto. The same holds true for the majority of the human techniques we shall discuss. The person of the technician counts for a very great deal, especially since these techniques are in their infancy. Clearly, the child so educated will be much better balanced and in a better position to develop his own personality. It is beside the point to note how inadequately this program has been applied in France, and how meager have been its results. It has been a problem, for example, to recruit enough qualified teachers to make it possible to assign students to classes of no more than 15. Difficulties have been experienced in adapting the new methods to the old-time examination programs, which remain unchanged. This, of course, vitiates the system and results in overburdening the child. There are difficulties with regard to school location and equipment, but these stumbling blocks seem to me only of secondary importance. They represent transitional problems of adaptation, which, in the normal course of events, will disappear. In a normalized society, the new school is the only possible system. And when the importance of the education it has to offer has been understood, no sacrifice will be spared to secure the application of its method. Recall the sacrifices of the Hitler regime and of the communists in behalf of education. The new education is a governing principle of every modern political system and of technique as a whole. We come here to one of the most important problems raised by the new method, the child's personality development. The problem is to put the child in the best possible situation and to prepare him optimally for the tasks that await him. These are phrases that are heard everywhere, as for example in the following statement drawn from a speech of Madame Montessori to UNESCO. We must awaken the child's social conscience. I know that it is a complicated educational question, but the child who will become the man must be able to understand life and its needs, the fundamental reason for all existence, the search for happiness. He must know exactly what he must do and what he must not do for the good of humanity. To reach these ends, we must prepare the child to understand the meaning and necessity of the entente among the nations. The organization of the peace devolves more on education than on politics. To secure peace practically, we must envision a humane education, psychopedagogy, which affects not only one nation but all men on earth. Education must become a truly humane science to guide all men to judge the present situation correctly. This statement seems to me truly remarkable, in that it designates candidly the end of psychopedagogic technique in the best possible circumstances within a liberal and democratic conception of man, state, and society. Madame Montessori is a liberal and speaks for liberal countries. I have taken Madame Montessori's statement by way of example, but one could examine the purpose of this technique in numerous other pedagogical studies published in the past few years. We note, first of all, that this technique must be implemented by the state, which alone has the means and the breadth to carry it through. But the rigorous application of the psychopedagogic technique means the end of private education, and therefore of a traditional freedom. Second, this technique is pantocrator. Translators note, pantocrator, a Greek word signifying omnipotent. It was an epithet applied to Yahweh, Lord of hosts, and to the Byzantine emperors. It must be exercised over all men. If one man is left who is not trained according to its methods, there is the danger of his becoming a new Hitler. The technique cannot be effected unless all children are obliged to participate and all parents to cooperate. There can be no exceptions. If only a minority are educated to comply, this technique can resolve none of the problems it is intended to meet. Madame Montessori's statement is therefore neither a metaphor nor an exaggeration. All human beings, without exception, must be reached. We note again the aggressive character of technique. Madame Montessori emphasizes the fact that it is necessary to free the child from the slavery of school and family, for him to enter the cycle of freedom proper to this technique. However, this freedom consists in a profound and detailed surveillance of the child's activities, a complete shaping of his spiritual life, and a precise regulation of his time with a stopwatch. In short, in habituating him to a joyful serfdom. The most important aspect of this technique is the forced orientation toward it. It is a social force directed toward a social end. The education of the child, however, is not directed toward some merely abstract social end. Concretely, the child must develop a social conscience, understand that the meaning of life is the good of humanity, and grasp the need for an entente among all nations. These ideas are much less vague than one might think. The good of humanity, for example, is not the obscure notion the philosophers pretended to be. At most, it varies somewhat with the political regime, and even this variability is becoming less and less pronounced. Compare Life magazine with the Soviet News, and you will see that the good of humanity is conceived in almost identical terms in the United States and in the Soviet Union. The difference lies mainly in the persons charged with securing it. In both cases, the social good can be reduced to a few concrete and precise factors. The corresponding educational technique, as a consequence, takes a completely determinate direction. Social conformism must be impressed upon the child. He must be adapted to his society. He must not impair its development. His integration into the body social must be assured with the least possible friction. This technique of alleged liberation of the child cannot be oriented differently, even if it were so desired. The technique permits the broadening of the child, the development of his social personality and happiness, and consequently of his equilibrium. Opposition to society, the lack of social adaptation, produces serious personality difficulties which lead to the loss of psychic equilibrium. One of the most important factors in the child's education, therefore, is social adaptation. This means that, despite all the pretentious talk about the aims of education, it is not the child in and for himself who is being educated, but the child in and for society. And the society, moreover, is not an ideal one, with full justice and truth, but society as it is. When a society becomes increasingly totalitarian, and I say society, not state, it creates more and more difficulties of adaptation, and requires its citizens to be conformist in the same degree. Thus, this technique becomes all the more necessary. I have no doubt that it makes men better balanced and happier. And there is the danger. It makes men happy in a milieu which normally would have made them unhappy if they had not been worked on, molded, and formed for just that milieu. What looks like the apex of humanism is in fact the pinnacle of human submission. Children are educated to become precisely what society expects of them. They must have social consciences that allow them to strive for the same ends as society sets for itself. Clearly, when modern youth are fully educated in the new psychopedagogic technique, many social and political difficulties will disappear. Any form of government or social transformation becomes possible with individuals who have experienced this never-ending process of adaptation. The key word of the new human techniques is, therefore, adaptation, and we shall come upon it repeatedly as we consider each of these techniques separately. The new pedagogical methods correspond exactly to the role assigned to education in modern technical society. The Napoleonic conception that the lycée must furnish administrators for the state and managers for the economy in conformity with social needs and tendencies, has become worldwide in its extent. According to this conception, education no longer has a humanist end or any value in itself. It has only one goal: to create technicians. A survey conducted by the newspaper Combat in 1950 appeared under the headline, "Higher Education Has No Relation to Industrial Needs." A survey conducted by Le Monde in 1952 began with the words, "There are too many half-baked intellectuals and not enough technicians." It would be useless to multiply such references. They are literally infinite in number, since they express everybody's feelings in the matter. Instruction must be useful in life. Today's life is technique. It follows then that instruction must above all else be technical. This is all very well for the individual preoccupied with finding a trade or a profession, but we find the same tendency when we look at society as a whole. Technique has again effected the reconciliation of individual and society. Education, even in France, is becoming oriented toward the specialized end of producing technicians, and as a consequence toward the creation of individuals useful only as members of a technical group, on the basis of the current criteria of utility. Individuals who conform to the structure and the needs of the technical group. The intelligentsia will no longer be a model, a conscience, or an animating intellectual spirit for the group, even in the sense of performing a critical function. They will be the servants, the most conformist imaginable of the instruments of technique. As Louis Couffignal puts it, the human brain must be made to conform to the much more advanced brain of the machine. And education will no longer be an unpredictable and exciting adventure in human enlightenment, but an exercise in conformity and an apprenticeship to whatever gadgetry is useful in a technical world. The technique of work. The day is still a long way off when we will have at our disposal men educated in accordance with the new methods. It will be another half-century at the earliest before they mature. Time is needed for organizing them. In France, we must count on 2 decades for generalizing them and breaking them in, and on another 2 decades for the results to become evident in the whole generation so educated. The tempo of change will perhaps be more rapid in the United States and in the Soviet Union, and less rapid in the rest of Europe. In the meantime, society must continue to function. During the interim period, another powerful system of adaptation will be put into effect, the complex of work techniques. This technical complex includes vocational guidance, the organization of labor, the psychology of work, and so on. Here again we find the assertion that progress is in the direction of a certain humanism. Work techniques began with the world of the machine and displayed scant regard for human beings. Machines were invented and assembled, buildings were put up around them, and men were put inside. For 50 years the procedure was completely haphazard. Then it was noted that the worker's productivity could be markedly increased by imposing certain rules on him. The result was the system associated with the names of the Americans Frederick Winslow Taylor and Henry Ford. As George Friedman has shown, they took nothing into consideration beyond the necessities of production and the maximum utilization of the machine. They completely ignored the serfdom these factors entail, with their production lines, their infinite subdivisions of tasks, and so on. The objection will be raised, and rightly so, that this system was gradually changed and eventually became concerned not so much with questions of maximal exploitation as with optimal results. Worker fatigue, a topic we still don't know enough about, became the subject of intense investigations. The importance of the human factor was recognized, and it even began to be recognized that this was insufficient, that man was still only one factor among many, and not the most important. It became necessary to recognize the primacy of the whole human being, to adapt the work to the man, and to take the worker's psychological equilibrium into consideration. It goes without saying that the motive force behind all this was the recognition that human psychology reacts directly upon productivity. When the worker feels that he is in a hostile environment, and in an economic system opposed to his interests, he will not work, and this is involuntary, with the same ardor and skill. All this, according to Friedman, posed the problem of the economic regime as a whole. Economic improvement is not of itself a strong enough tendency to allow the worker as producer to benefit from technical progress, although he may have benefited greatly from it as consumer. Purely material transformations in the conditions of labor are insufficient. They are doubtless necessary to begin with, but physiological adaptation is not the only kind. Hygiene and safety must indeed be improved. The best location must be selected, and even music may have to be exploited to make labor more rhythmic and less disagreeable. But this is still not enough. The true problem is psychological. The worker is confronted by cut-and-dried procedures that must be carried out in unvarying sequence in order that work be systematic, rational, and efficient. He is bored, slowed down, and psychologically constrained. It is necessary to arouse in him reflective thought and to make him participate in the life of the entire plant. He must be made to feel a community of interest. The idea that his labor has social meaning must be instilled in him. In short, he must be integrated into the enterprise in which he is working. This integration will take different forms in different countries. It may take the form of a manufacturing structure like that of Batya, or it may consist of social, sports, or educational arrangements. Translator's note: Tomáš Batya, 1876 to 1932, was a Czech industrialist who made his shoe factories at Zlín into a federation of independent studios. Integration may mean worker participation in finance or management, or in an extreme case, the application of a thorough system such as public relations or human engineering. It suffices here to point out some of the many techniques of integration without going into their quite varied mechanisms. Some excellent results have been achieved along this line. For example, the tendency to adapt the machine to man and to assert man's primacy over the machine has produced a body of respectable research. Until recently, very few designers and manufacturers of machine tools bothered much about the workers who were to use the tools. It represents enormous progress for them to acknowledge that machines should be built with the workers in mind, that the human being ought to be the point of departure. However, the further they advance in this direction, the more complicated the problem appears. They were at first concerned primarily with the elimination of physical fatigue. Having succeeded in this, they find that nervous or mental fatigue is now a problem. Business machines are highly adapted to the worker from a material point of view. Physical effort has been almost completely reduced by the progressive elimination of fatigue due to standing, sensory overburdening, and the need for overtime work. But the reduction of physical effort has only served to increase fatigue due to mental concentration, reflex attention, and dissymmetry of motion, factors which rapidly produce nervous exhaustion. It was certainly not anticipated that machines designed for man, and well adapted to him physically, would occasion even more rapid deterioration and an accelerated aging of their operators. Indeed, worker productivity markedly decreases after only 4 years, and in general becomes marked at the age 22. The optimum age of an employee who operates business machines would seem to lie between 16 and 22. Now, this last fact comes from the machine in itself, from its tempo and so on. The human problem has been intensified rather than resolved. It even seems insoluble. The concern for the human being that is evident in these attempts must, one supposes, be reckoned progress. The same holds for the technician's concern with the person of the worker, and the attempts to furnish him with means for self-improvement by establishing libraries or by helping him resolve his personal problems. But on further consideration, are not these efforts and this interest part of an abstract ideal? What do they really signify? Leon Walter, the great theoretician of the adaptation of machine to man, states that this adaptation has, as its end, the maximum productivity with the minimum expenditure of human energy. But such a goal represents a primacy of efficiency with reference both to man and machine. The greater concern is to make men work effectively. And, marvelous dispensation, advantages for production turn out to coincide with advantages for the individual. One of the principal creators of libraries for workers has described the concept of practical utility, which ought to govern such libraries. Books are to be selected on the basis of their eventual moral yield. If a book enables the worker to escape the direct control of the bosses, it ought to be authorized only to the degree that the subject treated allows the management to exercise control indirectly. With this proviso, a book can be an invaluable auxiliary, since it introduces personal interest, serves as a source for initiative, and satisfies curiosity, but on the condition that the worker is ignorant of what he ought to know and that management has the duty to choose for him. It might incidentally be asked, are these ideas capitalist or communist? Anyone who could give an unambiguous answer to this question would indeed be an expert, for the same conceptions occur as frequently in one system as in the other. They do not represent theories, but are the direct expression of the fact that work technique necessitates the complete integration of the worker. It is inadmissible that the worker's reading matter should occasion slowdowns, rebellion, or displacement of the center of interest. Such things are unthinkable, whatever the regime. Culture must conform to technique and encourage productivity. Censorship in this area ought therefore not to be regarded as an evil, but as an unavoidable condition of objective technique. The same holds for the surprising creation of the post of counselors, of which Friedman has written. After it had been observed in certain industrial plants that the conditions of modern labor provoke psychological difficulties, psychologists were hired to act as safety valves for employee grievances and dissatisfactions. Employees may express their feelings to these counselors with the assurance that the counselors will say nothing to management. But the counselors never actually counsel anything. Their activities have nothing whatever to do with a positive cure of the soul, a mission which would suppose at least the probability of profound changes, new orientations, and an awakening consciousness on the worker's part, all of which are highly dangerous. Nor are the counselors concerned with investigations of concrete modifications that might be binding on the company. Their sole duty is to encourage the voicing of complaints and to listen to them. It is well known that suffering expressed is suffering relieved. It has been observed that certain psychological disturbances are provoked simply by being silent, and that rebellions are nourished in secret. To let people talk does them good and quashes revolt. It is dangerous to allow the workers to talk over their problems among themselves. It is far more prudent to give them a safety valve in the form of a discreet company agent, a psychological technician, than to let them air their grievances in public. These counselors play the same role on the industrial level as the Soviet magazine Krokodil does on the political. It is difficult to find a human interest in any of this. The concern here is primarily with technical development. The palliation of the human difficulties raised by technique is secondary. Michel Crozier asserts that this is true also for the technique called human engineering. This situation exists also in other disciplines, for example in sociology, which forces us to conclusions that seem in no sense subjective. Social research establishes the primacy of the sociological over the human. It is not concerned only with man's individual psychology and physiology, but also with his relation to the body social. Here the important problem is to make him really belong to the social group. The problem is the same for a socialized as for a capitalist economy. A solution may perhaps be more feasible for a capitalist society, but both are faced with the problem of convincing man and gaining his allegiance. This gives rise to yet another human technique, which I shall refer to later on. At this point, let us consider its aims. In Aspect social de la rationalisation, the 1931 report of the International Labour Organization, we read that it is necessary to rationalize not only manufacturing, but also employer-employee relations. And in 1941, the ILO asserted that only when industrial technique succeeds in developing concern for the human being will American capitalism win the confidence of its workers, customers, and bondholders, of the public individually and collectively. As Friedman puts it, the purpose of the scientific organization of labor, before and after the advent of psychotechnique, industrial relations, and technical humanism, was and is to assure maximal yield with minimal loss of effort or material. But these latter represent means which are becoming complicated and refined to the point of transforming, little by little, the face of the scientific organization of labor. The system of human relations which is being recreated in the industrial framework is constructed, according to its originators, on the basis of an industrial model. In this respect, the study of W. E. Moore is significant. According to Moore, human relations must correspond to the functions of individuals engaged in the production cycle. Moore assigns the following 4 characteristics to human relations. First, human relations must be restricted to the technical demands of their vocational role. They must not become deep relations involving profound ideas, tendencies, and preoccupations. Individuals who are part of the industrial tempo must remain human and sustain mutual human relationships, but only those that relate to technical activity. Second, human relations must be universal. They must be based on criteria which the members of an arbitrary grouping of the population can satisfy, independently of prior social relations or prior membership in other groups unconnected with the work in hand. In other words, human relations must not have an extra-technical basis. The individual's prior milieu is of little importance. Neither are his prior preferences or tendencies. Technique compensates for everything else. It is therefore reasonable to speak of technical universalism. Technique is the bond between men. It is both objective and indeterminate. It makes up for individual deficiencies, admitting no excuses or individual dissociation. The third characteristic of human relations is rationality. Human relations are indispensable to the proper functioning of the organism as a whole. The organism is strictly rational, and relations integrated into it must be conceived on a rational basis. Emotion or sentimentality must not be allowed to disturb the mechanism. When the problem of emotion is considered, as, for example, in molar microsociological analysis, it is treated as a function of the greater rationality of the group and of a more objective equilibrium. In the fourth place, these relations must be impersonal, established not on the basis of subjective choice and for personal reasons, but on the basis of their optimum validity. Of course, subjective choice and personal reasons must also be dealt with insofar as they influence the technician, but they are stripped of spontaneous validity. They are only one element in the situation. Scott and Linton, in a rather more versatile study made in 1953, confirm Moore's analysis. According to them, in the technical complex which our society has become, and which is destroying every kind of community, it is necessary to compensate for man's natural incapacity to sustain human relations in a technical universe. This must be done not only for man's sake, but also because human relations are technically indispensable to the progress of great enterprises. It is necessary, therefore, to organize groups in these enterprises, groups which are responsible but also sufficiently directed to serve the common end, productivity. Then it is necessary to reproduce natural conditions artificially, so that human relations can be established. For example, the enterprise can be given an administrative structure that reproduces a spontaneous organization. The technique of so-called human relations, developed to adapt the individual to the technical milieu, to force him to accept his slavery, to make him find happiness by the normalization of his relations with his group, and integrate him into that group to an ever greater degree. This technique is characteristic of the fakeries and shams which men must be provided if the conflicts provoked by life in a technicized environment are to be avoided. As a remedy, it does not amount to much, but as a symptom of technical reinforcement, it is important. We can say that these personal relations are also techniques, that they are not a counterweight to other techniques, but that they bring about the application of technique in the most personal and immediate area of human activities, man's relations with other men. They alleviate the rigors of the human condition, but only by forcing man to submit to them more completely. They facilitate both human life and the action of the machinery, improve production while subordinating human spontaneity to the mathematical calculations of the technicians. In short, they are a kind of lubricating oil, but scarcely a means by which men can recover a sense of worth, personality, and authenticity. On the contrary, they are a delusion which desiccates the individual's desire for anything better. Man is doubtless made more comfortable by techniques of human relations, but these techniques are wholly oriented toward compelling man to submit to forced labor. Machine and productivity are in the driver's seat. All I have said concerning the technique of human relations is as true of a socialist as of a capitalist society. Socialist rivalry is only a psychological tool to force men to work harder. The effort to integrate man into large-scale enterprises is not restricted to capitalism. It stems from technical investigations which are universally valid. The most that can be said is that, under capitalism, psychological techniques are concentrated on the problem of integrating the individual into private enterprise. Under socialism, they are more generalized. None of this arises from human malevolence or from some system, but from the simple fact that other techniques are sought to answer the problems of industrial mechanization. There is no opposition between mechanical techniques on the one hand and organizational and psychological techniques on the other, so that the latter balance the former. Such a relationship is valid, but only within the larger technical phenomenon, within the universal scheme whereby men are determined as objects by the whole technical complex with a view to efficiency. Hence, as I have observed in so many other connections, the instrumentalities which permit man to survive and even be happy subject him as much and even more than the other techniques to the technical ideal, which is independent of all real humanism. The correlated growth of the machine and organization prove this point. The organization of work, psychological research, the apparent adaptation of the machine to the human being, these in fact permit the aggrandizement of the mechanical. The greater the aggrandizement, the more society requires that countermeasures be taken. But since the countermeasures are themselves of a technical nature, they allow the sphere of the mechanical to develop even further in a vicious circle. To believe that humanist remedies will indeed palliate the drawbacks of the machine is to think of the machine as a static fact. It is nothing of the kind. The progress of the machine depends on the proposed humanist remedies, and they in turn are rendered obsolete by each new mechanical development. I should like to point out one last fact. It touches upon a tender point, and such a brief treatment may shock some people. Labor and trade unions made their appearance as the great human protest against the inhuman character of capitalism and its exploitation of the workers. However, in all countries, labor unionism has completely lost its original character and become a purely technical organization. This seems to be undeniable, whether we study unionism in its Soviet form as a state organism or in its American form as an adjunct to production. In both cases, trade unionism no longer represents a fighting force, but rather a technical administration. At the moment, unionism is still a fighting force in France and Italy, but in such an impersonal and organized form that the outcome is clear. Once again, the result appears to be technical. The worker is becoming more and more organizable. He is trapped in labor organizations which are becoming increasingly compulsory and increasingly efficient. He gets habituated to them and even feels a need for them. Moreover, the modern separation between personality and work favors surrender to organization. The worker easily yields to the conviction that by contributing to his own organization, he will be able to modify the broad outlines of the system and alleviate his own discomforts. He does not realize that the organization he is enrolled in is itself part of the complex of technical organisms of depersonalization. What we have here is a hoax, in the Marxist sense of the term. The actual function of unionism is to support technical progress. It seeks a profound transformation of the condition of the workers through objective industrial organization, independent of the idea of capitalist profit. It finds unorganized labor insupportable. This is also its attitude toward the independent workers who have not felt the burden of the machine on their life and work. Unionism has no concept of the worker except in the double framework of factory and union, both in a technical sense. When workers are organized, they are complying with the law of technical progress, which requires all forms of human life to become organized. This explains the facility with which the unions, once they have been tightly constructed, pass into the condition of total social organization. They continue to constitute an opposing force to certain men and economic tendencies, but they no longer represent a revolutionary force with respect to basic structures. On the contrary, they have become a part of these structures. The worker thinks that he is organizing freely and expressing his personality, but in so doing he is merely yielding to the technical imperatives to which he is subject through the mechanical element in his work. I have no thought of denying the educational value of the unions or the contributions they have made to the improvement of the workers' lot. I have been concerned merely to reflect, on a very different plane, to what a degree trade unionism has developed concurrently with technical progress, and how it stands in immediate relation to technical imperatives. The worker, through his unions, is intensifying his own thraldom to techniques, augmenting their powers of organization, and completing his own integration into that very movement from which, it may be, unionism had originally hoped to free him. Vocational guidance. Research on human beings at work has led to the differentiation of a number of categories of individuals according to their greater or lesser aptitudes for adaptation, for example, to rationalized industry labor. Some workers adapt themselves without difficulty to assembly line production, whereas others become neurotic. This poses the problem of distinguishing various human categories of adaptability. A new technique, vocational guidance, is the answer here. It claims to be able to reveal every person's vocational aptitude and to guide him into the most suitable vocation, the vocation he will be naturally adapted to, the vocation in which he will do the best job with the most enjoyment. Unfortunately, the first-rate work of Pierre Naville concerning this technique has demonstrated that its claims are not in complete correspondence with technical reality. I do not wish to consider the first part of his argument, which is exclusively Marxist. There are no natural aptitudes, he states. Therefore, vocational guidance could not possibly discover them. This point is, of course, debatable for non-Marxists. The remainder of his argument is independent of the first part and self-sufficient. Before turning to Naville's work, I would like to add that there is no question here of denying the value of testing. Tests as a whole yield trustworthy and worthwhile information. Except for certain reservations about detail, we can consider this technique efficient. But in order to estimate its value correctly, we must situate it. Techniques in the modern world cannot be separated from one another, and as a consequence, the technique of vocational guidance must be integrated into the complex of all the other techniques. for example, into the system of political and economic techniques. Now, Ellul shows with precision that what we call vocational guidance answers the requirements of capitalist economic techniques. As though by accident, the technique discovers in the individuals examined precisely the aptitudes which are essential to the needs of the capitalist economy. Thus, in France, during the period of unemployment from 1932 to 1937, vocational guidance systematically diverted young people from such overcrowded trades as mechanics, textile work, and so on. The period from 1937 to 1939 witnessed the development of metallurgy, and vocational guidance discovered the vocation of metallurgist. In 1940, it was turning up a great number of agricultural vocations. This should not be taken to mean that vocational guidance is the tool of capitalist or governmental whim, nor does it mean that vocational guidance is an imprecise technique. It means simply that there is a great flexibility in human potentialities, and that vocational guidance modified these potentialities in accordance with the suggestions of other techniques. Consider what would happen if vocational guidance proceeded to isolate itself from other techniques. For example, if it considered first and exclusively the aptitude of the individual. The result would be Otto Neurath's nonsensical system, which would nevertheless be the only logical system if one were to insist that the exclusive preoccupation of vocational guidance is to find the best job for the individual in terms of his aptitudes. Neurath envisages a kind of plan of 3 to 5 years' duration, based on the individual's aptitudes as discerned by vocational guidance. The economy would be founded on these aptitudes. If vocational guidance discovered no mechanics, machine shops would be suppressed. If, presumably, it discovered no teachers, the schools would have to be closed. If, on the other hand, vocational guidance were to uncover a supply of mechanics after a number of years, the dismantled machine shops would be reopened. It need scarcely be said that chaos would reign in the field of economics. But such a system would be the only logical one if we really were concerned exclusively with the primacy of the individual. If we really wished to take into consideration only the individual's aptitudes, we would have to tailor the economic system to them. The obvious impossibility of such a system demonstrates that it is senseless to apply the rule of the primacy of the individual, and that vocational guidance cannot be isolated from the other techniques. Ellul, on the other hand, wishes to integrate vocational guidance as far as possible into the technical complex. He maintains that this can be realized only under socialism. He takes as his example the Soviet Union, where vocational guidance tries to discover not so much intrinsic aptitudes as potentialities for adaptation, that is, adaptability. The Soviets believe it necessary to discover not the individual's predestination, but his adaptability. Vocational guidance, then, has the task of adapting the individual, through education, to planned manpower requirements. Vocational guidance is thus subordinated to planning technique. For example, a 5-year plan may require a certain number of miners for that period. Vocational guidance then has the task of seeking out from among the 12 and 13-year-olds the ones adaptable to this function. It institutes forthwith a twofold operation of general education focused on the particular trade and on the psychic, mechanical, and physiological adaptability of the candidates. The plan thus obtains the necessary manpower. The individual candidates are effectively adapted to the required labor, since they have been recruited at an early enough age and educated from the beginning in a precise direction. The emphasis again is on ensuring the happiness of the individual through adaptation. The assumption is that the individual will be happy when he is synchronized with his trade. Soviet orientation toward vocational guidance is identical with certain recent tendencies which have appeared in America. In a report to UNESCO on technical education and vocational guidance, Margaret Mead wrote, Since education must respond not to the present but to the future needs of society, it is necessary to forecast constantly, and as far as possible in advance, the evolution of vocational structures. This can only mean that the individual must be educated and adapted in advance to his future job as a function of anticipated technical progress. In Mayo's analyses and in Linton's report to UNESCO, one finds similarly precise expressions of the conditions of community survival in the technical world. The issue in all these cases is the vigorous adaptation of the individual to the world of technique, even going as far as the reproduction of certain modes of action and forms of spontaneous organization. More precise expression of technical intrusion into life could scarcely be imagined. It must not be thought that Neville's version of vocational guidance restricts human potentialities. On the contrary, it is meant to enlarge the child's possibilities of adaptation. By means of this technique, according to Neville, certain newly acquired habits will appear, thanks to which the individual will be able to participate in the whole continuum of social effort. His needs will be guided into a system of new habits which the economic milieu bequeaths to him. Adaptation will no longer be something natural, but will be acquired at the cost of efforts which will be of short or long duration, depending on the complexity of the task. In this connection, we are assured that vocational guidance will permit the basic satisfaction of any rational need. I am convinced that this statement is exact. The individual so educated will be satisfied. But it is the flimsiest make-believe to pretend that vocational guidance is in the service of human beings. An arsenal of preconceptions and undemonstrable formulas would be needed to sustain such a thesis. These presuppositions are as follows. 1. The moment the individual finds himself in a socialist system, his complexes disappear. 2. The moment an institution is integrated into a socialist system, it changes character. 3. The moment the individual's needs are satisfied, he becomes happy. 4. The moment social harmony is established, every man integrated into that harmonious system realizes his human vocation. 5. The moment the individual escapes from capitalism, he is free. Such nonsense is only a way of refusing to consider facts or to look reality in the face. The facts are clear enough. In isolation from certain other techniques, vocational guidance is useless. Put back into its true context, it becomes simply a means for subordinating man to the requirements of economic technique. Even when the task of discovering aptitudes is attributed to vocational guidance, as, for example, in Antoine Masse's Personal Mechanograph, there is nevertheless a substantial consideration of adaptitude, to use Neville's word, and selection is made in terms of it. Once again, we are confronted with a mechanism of adaptation which deprives man of freedom and responsibility, makes him into a thing, and puts him where he is most desirable from the point of view of another technique, that is, where he is most efficient. We can also state that a kind of encounter is taking place between vocational guidance and the new school. Vocational guidance is not obligatory in France. It might even be said that it does not yet exist as a technique. It is still an advisory organ, nothing more. The trend, however, is unmistakable. The number of children counseled went from 60,000 in 1944 to 250,000 in 1950. And it is estimated an average of 75% of the parents followed the advice of the vocational counselor. The actual figure grew slowly from 73% in 1944 to 78% in 1950. As to the long-term effects of guidance upon those guided, it need only be remarked that either the counselor was right or the counseled child, once embarked on a trade, is faced with an accomplished fact. Practically speaking, there is no retreat. And in fact, a retreat is seldom desired. The statement that vocational guidance, considering its rate of growth, is not obligatory, in reality signifies very little. An analysis of the method itself should be made. Although the tests employed at the moment are not very dangerous, the aim of vocational guidance is to card index the individual totally, naturally for his own good, and it is unlikely that its practitioners will remain very long content with the common psychotechnical tests. They will want to go much further, to make systematic investigations of emotional tendencies and to explore the child's instinctive nature, to inquire into the basic elements in the child's psychic and moral makeup. Tests like the so-called TAT, Thematic Apperception Test, already aim in this direction. Another and bolder way of putting it is that vocational guidance represents a totalitarian takeover of the young. But since such a takeover lies in the logic of the system, I hardly think it can be prevented. I shall content myself with referring the interested reader to the excellent critique of the system contained in William Hollingsworth White's The Organization Man. Propaganda. Here we are faced with a new system of human techniques, more complex than the others we have studied, since it involves techniques of different natures, partly hierarchical and partly synthetic. We do not even have a term to describe this system. Propaganda is too limited, but it comes closest to the fact. Footnote. Here I am giving the briefest summary. The interested reader may refer to my book, Propaganda, 1962. The term supposes state action and also mass action on public opinion. However, the broader phenomenon we are considering here includes private action and individualized action as well. The prime consideration is the union of two very different categories of technique, which yield this new system of human technique. The first is a complex of mechanical techniques, principally radio, press, and motion pictures, which permit direct communication with a very large number of persons collectively, while simultaneously addressing each individual in the group. These techniques possess an extraordinary power of persuasion, and a remarkable capacity to bring psychic and intellectual pressure to bear. The second category consists of a complex of psychological and even psychoanalytical techniques, which give access to exact knowledge of the human psyche. It can thus be motivated with considerable confidence in the results. A number of techniques have here been brought to a common focus so as to produce a nearly certain result. It is known in advance that the projected image will almost infallibly produce the desired reflex. The technical phenomenon under consideration unites the two categories into an inseparable whole. The question arises how and why this has come about, and whether man has willed it. If the press had been devoted exclusively to serial stories and the radio to music, it might not have been necessary to bring in psychoanalytic methods. But even this is not certain. What could be more innocent in appearance than comic strips? The deep influence of these comics on the reader is demonstrable, as is their usefulness from the sociological point of view. And what could seem more harmless than an American musical comedy film? Yet we are all aware of their economic importance. Even if the radio or the press had been exclusively devoted to amusement, however, there would be this problem. On what basis could or should these techniques be restricted? The moment they could be applied to other spheres, politics, for example, they were applied, and applied guilelessly, without anyone having, at least in the beginning, any clear idea of their utility. As soon as they entered the realm of politics, it became evident that they had to serve not only to educate, but also to convince. There is no such thing as purely objective information. To object that it was man's fault that technique did not remain objective is tantamount to stating that it was man's fault to be human. From the moment these techniques were put to use, they had to operate as efficiently as possible, which meant that other techniques for understanding man had to be drawn into the system. The totalitarian state is very often accused of having originated the conjunction of techniques. This is Monroe's opinion. The fact is that private capitalism did indeed initiate this conjunction, Conditions under capitalism were more propitious than elsewhere. Advertising, well before propaganda proper, introduced the conception of efficiency in this field. The problem was to convince a large number of persons, all typed as average, to perform some simple action, for example, to buy a given product. It was necessary to be convincing with limited arguments and a few words which might well be lost among hundreds of others. Conditions in advertising were much more favorable to the conjunction of mechanical and psychological means than, say, political conditions at the beginning of the 20th century. At that time, attempts at political persuasion were addressed only to the elite. There was a multiplicity of political and doctrinaire arguments, but only a few propagandistic means. Propagandistic inertia in politics was the result. Political persuasion had as its aim purely intellectual conviction, whereas in advertising, the end was to produce reflex action. Large commercial enterprises were the first to supplement mechanical techniques with the very efficient means available through psychological technique. By 1910, this conjunction was an accomplished fact. A kind of maladroit political propaganda first came into use during the First World War. It was often completely inept, because it disregarded psychological laws and was, in effect, pure hokum. But it became scientific with the Russian Revolution and then with Hitlerism. Today, all states, without exception, exploit the system of political propaganda created by the union of the two technical complexes. What, then, are the principal directions taken by propaganda techniques? The system of conditioned reflexes has been exploited on a large scale. The technique of measuring and producing such reflexes has been greatly developed. The reduction of political doctrines to programs, of programs to slogans, of slogans to pictures, the direct reflex stimulating images, has been studied. Systematic efforts are available to create conditioned reflexes either through education, as, for example, under Nazism or under communism, or on the basis of already existing spontaneous reflexes, for example, the American use of erotic reflexes in war propaganda. The propaganda mechanisms of the totalitarian states have been studied in detail by Chicotin. Propaganda techniques in the United States have been stressed much less, but that does not mean that instances of propaganda on a grand scale are lacking there. It became necessary, for example, to force the American people to participate in the war and to impress a war psychology upon them by creating certain reflexes. The Americans, protected by their two oceans, did not feel they were at war. War for them was not a living reality and had to be made so. Understandably, the feeling of war and civilian involvement in it could be produced only by the enormous pressure of advertising and total propaganda on the human psyche. It was necessary to use the so-called obsessional technique, to subject the citizen to propaganda without let-up, never allowing him to be alone with himself. In the street he is confronted with posters, loudspeakers, ceremonies, and meetings. At work with handbills and industrial mobilization, in his amusements with motion picture and theatrical propaganda, at home with newspaper and radio propaganda. All these means converge on the same point. All exert the same kind of action on the individual and are of such overpowering magnitude that he ceases to be consciously aware of them. This last is the greatest importance. Propaganda must become as natural as air or food. It must proceed by psychological inhibition and the least possible shock. The individual is then able to declare in all honesty that no such thing as propaganda exists. In fact, however, he has been so absorbed by it that he is literally no longer able to see the truth. The natures of man and propaganda have become so inextricably mixed that everything depends not on choice or on free will, but on reflex and myth. The prolonged and hypnotic repetition of the same complex of ideas, the same images, and the same rumors conditions man for the assimilation of his nature to propaganda. In addition, human emotions such as hate and resentment are exploited. The procedure is not so much obsessional as suggestive, and depends on the collective fixation of these emotions on a given adversary. Here we witness the crowning absurdity, a completely automatic development of emotions. To exploit resentments, it is sufficient merely to send the individual on his way, equipped with a very simple set of directions for use. Later on, one observes a reconstitution of the individual personality around the selected fixed point on the basis of the strength of his resentments. Suppose, for example, that the adversary has been designated as the author of all the individual's misfortunes and sufferings. The bourgeoisie plays this role for the communists as the Jews played it for the Nazis. After such suggestions have been launched, there is a surge of human resentment among the people. Like a flock of sheep, they stampede much further than they had actually been commanded to go, in obedience to another instinct which comes into play, and which causes them to hurl themselves on the object of their resentment like a dog on a cat. Incidentally, this explains why there is no criminal in these cases. Pogroms are seldom ordered by the authorities. One need only manipulate popular resentments to bring them about. The will to self-justification, which is latent in every individual, can also be exploited. It involves the need for a scapegoat. But individuals have difficulty finding a personal scapegoat. Propaganda offers them a collective goat to which they are able to transfer evil and sin, thereby feeling justified, authenticated, and purified. In all countries where this form of propaganda is effective, crime diminishes, not the least of the boasts of totalitarian regimes, communist and fascist alike. Morality makes headway. We no longer have to create for ourselves enemies to slay. We have enemies ready-made for us by propaganda, whom it is lawful to kill. It is plain as a pikestaff that to kill a bourgeois is not a crime. Moreover, the introduction of scapegoats means that conflict is no longer on a social or political plane, but on a moral plane of good and evil. In exploiting the device of the scapegoat, propaganda leads people to transfer evil to the adversary. The adversary here becomes the generalized incarnation of evil, whereas in the exploitation of resentment, the adversary appears as the cause of misfortune. This incarnation indicates that there is no rational basis for hate. It results slowly from subconscious mechanisms. This explains a surprising statement made by Hitler in Mein Kampf. It is necessary to suggest to the people that the most varied enemies all belong to the same category, and to lump all adversaries together, so that it will appear to the mass of our own partisans that the struggle is being waged against a single enemy. This fortifies their faith in their rights, and increases their exasperation against those who would assail them. Hitler's statement would have been completely irrational if it had been made about person-to-person combat, about personal reasons for conflict. But from the moment propaganda begins to operate, there is a loss of the sense of reality, a confusion of motives, an identification of opposites, and an interplay of accusations, all of which greatly enhance the operation of subconscious influences. Everything more or less confusedly resented as being evil is transferred to the official enemy. Through the influence of propaganda, a subconscious transference takes place. But instead of the psychoanalyst who causes the transference of guilt feelings to himself, there is a propaganda machine which causes us to make the transference to the generalized enemy. Technique thus creates a separation between all absolutely good persons who are collectively justified and who represent political, social, and historic virtue, and all absolutely evil persons in whom no worth or virtue is to be found. The phenomenon made a feeble appearance on the national plane in the 1914 War of Law and Civilization, but it was too weak to bring about complete collective transference. Today we are more successful, but the line of demarcation between good and evil is less national than social and political. Propaganda also manipulates, on a lesser scale, the so-called Oedipus complex, and our emotions concerning the Father. These techniques are still halting, but it is quite probable that they will become efficient in the near future. Propagandistic manipulations take place under all forms of government and in all walks of life. It may be said that we live in a universe which is psychologically subversive. Even so, modern man has no clear conception of the extent of the phenomenon. Experience cannot reveal it to him. He would have to be outside looking in. We in France are fortunate in living in a country where propaganda is still remarkably inefficient. In addition, we are acquainted with the technique of social psychoanalysis, as reported by the pre-1938 Berlin Institute of Applied Psychology and by numerous American institutes and research committees. Footnote: for example, the Committee of Human Development, Chicago, the Institute for Public Opinion Research, Princeton, the Heller Committee, California, and so on. It is scarcely necessary to add that all propaganda technicians in search of the one best way loudly proclaim the value of exploiting the great subconscious motifs I have described. It is only fair to wonder what consequences these propagandistic manipulations will have. The real consequences are not discernible, because the mechanisms have been operating for too short a time. And of course, when the consequences finally appear, we still will not recognize them. We will have been so absorbed and manipulated, rendered so indifferent that objective knowledge on this score will be impossible. We will no longer even have any idea of what men might once have been. Some effects of propaganda, however, are already clear. 1. The critical faculty has been suppressed by the creation of collective passions. The well-known phenomenon of reciprocal suggestion has made collective passion a very different force from individual passion. We know that individual passion is in itself inimical to the critical faculty, but the critical faculty can still be exercised if some equilibrium can be established between criticism and passion. In the collective passion created by technique, of which technique itself is sometimes the object, the critical faculty, which is peculiar to the intellectual organization of the individual, is excluded. As Monroe says flatly, there is no such thing as a collective critical faculty. Because technique acts upon men collectively, the passions it provokes, which exist in everybody, are amplified. The suppression of the critical faculty, man's growing incapacity to distinguish truth from falsehood, the individual from the collectivity, action from talk, reality from statistics, and so on, is one of the most evident results of the technical power of propaganda. Human intelligence cannot resist propaganda's manipulation of its subconscious. 2. A good social conscience appears with the suppression of the critical faculty. Technique provides justification to everybody, and gives all men the conviction that their actions are just, good, and in the spirit of truth. This conviction is the stronger because it is collectively shared. The individual finds the same conviction in his fellow workers and neighbors and feels himself strengthened in it through the implicit communion of media such as the radio. In countries where propaganda technique is exploited, there is a decrease in neurosis as well as in crime. We can believe the wartime statistics of the Nazis and the Americans because they fit so well with everything else we know. Conversely, whenever for some reason propaganda technique fails to instill a good collective social conscience, there is a sudden and brutal collapse of the sense of individual justification, and individual morale falls drastically. This, among other things, would explain the extraordinary increase in neuroses in the United States after 1945. A similar situation among the Germans may have other explanations, but I am convinced that the sudden halting of the Nazi propaganda machine played a significant role in German post-war neurosis. The problem in the United States has been so serious that it has led to the dramatic development of psychoanalytic theory in the past few years. This development in reality represents a resumption, on an individual level, of the activity which collective technique had abandoned. When a good collective social conscience has been created, the individual becomes addicted to it, as to a drug. And when the Americans realize that individual psychoanalysis is more costly, less efficient, because it cannot integrate the individual, and more difficult, they will return to a collective psychotherapeutic technique. 3. Propaganda technique, moreover, creates a new sphere of the sacred. As Monroe puts it, when an entire category of events, beings, and ideas is outside criticism, it constitutes a sacred realm, in contrast to the realm of the profane. As a result of the profound influence of the mechanisms of propaganda, a new zone of the forbidden is created in the heart of man, but it is artificially induced, in contrast to the taboos of primitive societies. When there is propaganda, we are no longer able to evaluate certain questions or even to discuss them. A series of protective reflexes organized by technique immediately intervene. To summarize, the suppression of the critical faculty, the formation of a good social conscience, and the creation of a sphere of the sacred are all aspects of a single manifestation, the first and clearest consequence of the application of psychoanalytic mass techniques. Incidentally, our analysis confirms a social phenomenon frequently analyzed by modern sociologists: the creation of the masses. These three elements add a new dimension to the masses. The masses thereby gain an internal cohesion they did not possess naturally. A unifying psychism has come into being. A second consequence of the application of propaganda techniques is the creation of a kind of manipulability of the masses. Here again, Monroe gives a definition worth repeating. According to Monroe, propaganda technique has for its object the production and cultivation among the masses of certain predispositions and a special faculty for doing at a given moment whatever is strategically opportune. As political circumstances change, it is necessary at intervals to cultivate successive predispositions. This is a remarkable notion. The use of certain propaganda techniques is not meant to entail immediate and definitive adhesion to a given formula, but rather to bring about a kind of long-range vacuity of the individual. The individual, his soul massaged, emptied of his natural tendencies, and thoroughly assimilated to the group, is ready for anything. Propaganda's chief requirement is not so much to be rational, well-grounded, and powerful, as it is to produce individuals especially open to suggestion, who can be easily set into motion. Two categories of propaganda must be distinguished. The first strives to create a permanent disposition in its objects and constantly needs to be reinforced. Its goal is to make the masses available by working spells upon them and exercising a kind of fascination. The second category involves the creation of a sort of temporary impulsiveness in its objects. It operates by simple pressure and is often contradictory, since contradictory mass movements are sometimes necessary. Of course, this dissociation can be effective only after the propaganda technique has been completely fused with the popular mores and has become indispensable to the population. This stage may be reached quickly, as, for example, in Germany in 1942, after only 10 years of psychic manipulation. The same result seems to have been obtained in the Soviet Union, where the masses have been conditioned to the fluctuations of the party line. A third consequence of technical propaganda manipulations is the creation of an abstract universe, representing a complete reconstruction of reality in the minds of its citizens. The new universe is a verbal universe, to use the excellent phrase of Armand Robin, our keenest student of radio propaganda. Men fashion images of things, events, and people which may not reflect reality, but which are truer than reality. These images are based on news items which, as is the case in much of the world, are faked. Their purpose is to form rather than to inform. Faking the news is systematically practiced by the Soviet radio, but the procedure is found to a lesser degree in all countries. All of us are familiar with the innocent fraud of the illustrated newspapers in which a photograph is accompanied by an ambiguous caption. A shipyard, for example, is indifferently described as a plant in one of the democracies, or in the Soviet Union, or wherever. This kind of thing represents the first step toward a sham universe. It is also indicative of an important element in today's psychology, the disappearance of reality in a world of hallucinations. Man will be led to act from real motives that are scientifically directed and increasingly irresistible. He will be brought to sacrifice himself in a real world, but for the sake of the verbal universe which has been fashioned for him. We must try to grasp the profundity of this upheaval. The human being has enormous means at his disposal, and he acts upon them in the real world. But he acts in a dream. He seeks other ends, those the incantational magic of propaganda proposes for him, than those he will really attain. The ends he is expected to reach are known only to the manipulators of the mass subconscious, and to them alone. At this point, the reader will protest that our analysis may apply to others, but not to him. If he listens regularly to the radio, reads the newspapers, and goes to the movies, the description does fit him. He will not be aware of it because the essence of propaganda is to act upon the human subconscious, but to leave men the illusion of complete freedom. The objection will be raised in another vein that some countries do not exploit these propagandistic manipulatory devices, for example, the democracies in general and the United States in particular. But here certain distinctions must be made. Some democracies do not exploit the propaganda arsenal simply because they cannot afford to do so. Others, like the United States, exploit it only to a limited degree, during certain restricted periods, for example during wars, hot and cold, and only in certain areas. However, such restraint cannot be imputed to democratic scruples. These democracies simply do not yet feel the compelling necessity to exploit propagandistic technique. As the present global struggle intensifies and world domination by one nation or another becomes inevitable, the utilization of propaganda by the democracies will also become inevitable. The high priests of efficiency will not recoil before the use of an instrument as efficient as propaganda, the more so because it fits the tenor of their culture and no longer shocks anyone's humanitarian sentiments. When once the masses have become inured to the practices of propaganda techniques, it is impossible to turn back. Propaganda activity entails two further consequences of a sociological nature. Because these are obvious, they may be briefly summarized. First, as we have already seen in our treatment of the techniques of work, there is the psychological factor, which manifests itself in the arrested spiritual development of the worker. Friedman believes that the worker would not experience this arrest in a congenial environment, that is, in a favorable economic system. He has in mind a socialist regime, which he contends would be the most propitious working environment. In such an environment, the worker, working without constraints, could mature. But it is clear that socialist manipulation of unconscious tendencies by means of propaganda produces the same results as a real modification of conditions. For example, in the social movement in the Soviet Union, which concentrates on productivity, it is not economic facts that carry the workers along, but socialist propaganda, the creation of a purely verbal universe. Workers react in exactly the same way under capitalism if they are sufficiently overwhelmed by propaganda. This is what happened in the United States on a temporary basis during the war years. And there is a permanent factor operating in the United States to facilitate the application of propaganda technique, the rapidly developing and remarkable mechanism of public relations. This technique is a system of propaganda applied to all economic and human relations. A second consequence in the political sphere is the devaluation of democracy. I revert here to an idea which we have already considered but which is difficult to drive home. All of us, more or less, take propaganda to be the defense of an idea or system. We hear constantly that it cannot therefore be of any harm to the democracies. After all, there are a plurality of political parties employing propaganda to maintain opposing or even contradictory ideas. The citizen has a free choice among them. Such a misapprehension comes from a frighteningly elementary conception of propaganda. I have made it quite clear that propaganda is not the defense of an idea, but the manipulation of the mob's subconscious. The hope reposed in the contradictions of propaganda comes to this. The citizen receives a blow in the face from his neighbor on the right, which fortunately is compensated for by another blow from his neighbor on the left. If propaganda involved calm exposition of political theories among which the citizen might choose intelligently, contradictions would be beneficial and would leave the citizen a free man. But this is an impossibility. From the moment the propagandist possesses material means for exerting action on the mob and knowledge of the secret recesses of the human psyche, the man who upholds a political theory presumably believes in it. I take the case of a politician who acts from conviction and not from personal interest. He will indeed strive to present his convictions in the best possible light and to secure the adherence of the greatest number of his fellow citizens. To do this, he will, of course, make use of the most efficient means. So, like any totalitarian, he will proceed to rape the mob propagandistically. And rape remains rape, though it be effected by 10 political parties 10 times in a row. Altering the outward form does not alter the substance. Think of the parades, for instance, of Nazi Germany, the somber and fanatical rites of blood and soil. In the United States, the equivalent for the most part revolves about rites involving scantily clad girls. It is all a matter of temperament. The psychic aim is the same, and it is ruinous to democracy. In the operation of political parties, the exploitation of technical means on a large scale presupposes great financial resources. This tends to eliminate all minor parties completely or to reduce them to the shadowy role of hangers-on. The more intense the political propaganda struggle, and the more costly its execution, the greater the tendency to reduce the operation of democracy to the opposition between two blocks. A citizen may have an original, valid, and true political idea, one which might even have had every chance of success with his fellow citizens. But if he does not possess the millions necessary to elaborate it, the length and breadth of the country, it counts for nothing. The American democracy is no longer in its youth, when propaganda consisted of one man speaking directly to other men. In the devaluation of democracy, the influences of the propaganda technique work on men as well as parties. The individual forced to submit to contradictory streams of propaganda not only is incapable of preserving freedom of choice, of choosing between different doctrines, but is eliminated from the political operation completely. He literally no longer exists, and this comes about in proportion to the contradictoriness of the propaganda. He is integrated into a sociological group and votes as the group votes. We come here to an important conclusion. To the degree that propaganda is a technique, it has its own personal identity and specificity, but it acts toward an unalterably fixed end. It is mere vanity to wish to distinguish a technique as good or bad according to its end. Whether technique acts to the advantage of a dictator or of a democracy, it makes use of the same weapons, acts on the individual and manipulates his subconscious in identical ways, and in the end, leads to the formation of exactly the same type of human being. Whether 99% of the citizens cast their ballot for a dictator or for the various parties in a democracy, whether or not the political structures of the different regimes formally differ, the well-needed citizen, upon whom both regimes ultimately depend, becomes, through the operation of technique, progressively indistinguishable in either. The problem is not merely political. We have come upon it in every area of life. But we must distinguish between two planes here: formal opinion and personal decision. Through propaganda, we can train a man not to kill or not to drink alcohol, or we can train him to kill or to smoke opium. The objective result is different in either case. Sociologically, there is admittedly a world of difference between dictatorship and democracy, but in both, the moral problem is suppressed. The individual is simply an animal broken in to obey certain conditioned reflexes. Indeed, there may be a difference between dictatorship and democracy on the plane of public health or statistics, but on the moral plane, there is a fundamental identity when democracy achieves its ends through propaganda. The human effects of technique are independent of the ideological end to which they are applied. Amusement. The techniques of amusement and diversion are different from the other human techniques we have considered. Materially, these techniques are identical with those of propaganda, films, radio, newspapers, and, to a lesser degree, books and phonograph records. But the hierarchy of these means is not the same. For example, the cinema has first place and plays a more important role than the radio. By comparison, in the propaganda hierarchy, radio is the instrument of choice. Here, too, we find the exploitation of techniques of the subconscious, but they are entered with much less pressure. Moreover, the range and sphere of these subconscious techniques is different. Amusement seeks to distract, propaganda to lead. The principal difference, however, relates to spontaneity. Propaganda technique is calculated and deliberate, whereas amusement technique is spontaneous and non-deliberate. The former is the result of the organizer's decision, the latter of the mob's need. Consider the average man as he comes home from his job. Very likely he has spent the day in a completely hygienic environment, and everything has been done to balance his environment and lessen his fatigue. However, he has had to work without stopping and under constant pressure. Nervous fatigue has replaced muscular fatigue. When he leaves his job, his joy in finishing his stint is mixed with dissatisfaction with a work as fruitless as it is incomprehensible, and as far from really productive work. At home he finds himself again. But what does he find? He finds a phantom. If he ever thinks, his reflections terrify him. Personal identity is fulfilled only by death, but reflection tells him that for him there has not been anything between his adolescent adventures and his death, no point at which he himself ever made a decision or initiated a change. Changes are the exclusive prerogative of organized technical society, which one day may have decked him out in khaki to defend it, and on another in stripes because he had sabotaged or betrayed it. There was no difference from one day to the next. Yet life was never serene, for newspapers and news reports beset him at the end of the day and forced on him the image of an insecure world. If it was not hot or cold war, there were all sorts of accidents to drive home to him the precariousness of his life. Torn between this precariousness and the absolute, unalterable determinateness of work, he has no place, belongs nowhere. Whether something happens to him or nothing happens, he is in neither case the author of his destiny. The man of the technical society does not want to encounter his phantom. He resents being torn between the extremes of accident and technical absolutism. He dreads the knowledge that everything ends 6 feet under. He could accept the 6 feet under of his life if, and only if, life had some meaning and he could choose, say, to die. But when nothing makes sense, when nothing is the result of free choice, the final 6 feet under is an abominable injustice. Technical civilization has made a great error in not suppressing death, the only human reality still intact. Man is still capable of lucid moments about the future. Propaganda techniques have not been able wholly to convince him that life has any meaning left, but amusement techniques have jumped into the breach and taught him at least how to flee the presence of death. He no longer needs faith or some difficult asceticism to deaden himself to his condition. The movies and television lead him straight into an artificial paradise. Rather than face his own phantom, he seeks film phantoms into which he can project himself and which permit him to live as he might have willed. For an hour or two he can cease to be himself as his personality dissolves and fades into the anonymous mass of spectators. The film makes him laugh, cry, wonder, and love. He goes to bed with the leading lady, kills the villain, and masters life's absurdities. In short, he becomes a hero. Life suddenly has meaning. The theater presupposed an intellectual mechanism and left the spectator in some sense intact and capable of judgment. The motion picture, by means of its reality, integrates the spectator so completely that an uncommon spiritual force or psychological education is necessary to resist its pressures. In any case, people go to the movies to escape and consequently yield to its pressures. They find forgetfulness, and in forgetfulness the honeyed freedom they do not find in their work or at home. They live on the screen a life they will never live in fact. It would be said that dreams and hope have been the traditional means of escape in times of famine and persecution. But today there is no hope, and the dream is no longer the personal act of an individual who freely chooses to flee some reality or other. It is a mass phenomenon of millions of men who desire to help themselves to a slice of life, freedom, and immortality. Separated from his essence, like a snail deprived of its shell, man is only a blob of plastic matter, modeled after the moving images. There is a vast difference between the dreams and hopes of the past and those of the present. Formerly, with the conviction that things would change, hope was a beacon illuminating the future. Dreams represented flight, but flight into one's own self. In motion pictures, however, the future is not involved. On the strip of film, what ought to change has already changed. And the flight of cinematic dreams has nothing to do with the inner life, it concerns mere externals. When people leave the movie theater, they are full of the possibilities they experienced in the shadows. They have received their dose of the inner life. Their problems, too, have undergone a transformation. They are now problems posed by the film. And they have the blissful, if contradictory, impression that these cinematic problems, which occupy the whole field of their consciousness, are both strong enough to put all vexations to flight and unreal enough not to be troublesome. The modern passion for motion pictures is completely explained by the will to escape. Just as the tempo of work or the authority of the state presupposes spiritual adhesion and hence propaganda, so the human condition under the regime of technique supposes the escapism which diversional techniques offer. One cannot but marvel at an organization which provides the antidote as it distills the poison. Man, emptied by the technical mechanism of all personal interests, sometimes finds himself at home. What shall he talk about? Man has always had one unfailing subject of conversation: life's vexations. Not fear, nor anguish, despair, or passion. All that has always been suppressed in his subconscious. But he has always been able to talk companionably about vexatious things. Hail on his vines, mildew, machinery out of order, a troublesome prostate, and so forth. Now technique intervenes, repairs everything, and creates a world in which everything works well, or well enough. Even if some petty vexations persist, the individual feels no need to speak of them and turns toward the efficient silence fillers. Television and radio, prodigiously useful refuges for those who find that family life has become impossible. Jean Ellul and Jean Nélis evince a curious optimism when they write that radio and television have reconstituted the family. Television doubtless facilitates material reunion. Because of it, the children no longer go out in the evenings. The members of the family are indeed all present materially, but centered on the television set, they are unaware of one another. If they cannot stand or understand one another, if they have nothing to say, radio and television make this easy to bear by re-establishing external relations and avoiding friction. Thanks to these technical devices, it is no longer necessary for the members of a family to have anything at all to do with one another, or even to be conscious of the fact that family relations are impossible. It is no longer necessary to make decisions. It is possible for a married couple to live together a long time without ever meeting each other in the resonant emptiness of television. This, too, is a curious means of escape, of hiding from others instead of from oneself. It is the modern mask man puts on every evening, which, unfortunately, lacks the virtues of the ancient mask, demoniac and divine. One of the best studies of the problem of the radio, that of Roger Villet, reminds us that the ear is the great fault in man. Through it he perceives the silence of the infinite spaces. It is the point of origin of his great disturbance. The ear, unlike the eye, evokes mystery and renunciation. It is the center of anguish and anxiety. And radio fills this opening, protecting man against the silence and the mystery by amusing him. The program makers know all this and create their programs as a function of this escapism, not for motives of crass commercialism or Machiavellianism, as some people seem to think, but because they themselves partake of the human condition and seek protection against its anguish. It follows, then, that the radio makes a clean break between everyday social reality and the dreams and narcotics which its duty is to dispense. To use the words of Villet, it must be one of the liberating distractions. It must deliver the individual from objective constraints. It is a public utility dealing in moral comfort, charged with offsetting the tragedies of family living, social pressures, and the vexations of modern life. The radio must compensate for the inhumanities of life in today's cities. In a milieu in which the human being is unable to make true friendships or to have profound experiences, the radio must furnish him with the appearances of reality, acquaintance, and human proximity. It must captivate and reassure him. But Villet rightly inquires whether the radio may not gradually habituate to mere auditory images those to whom it gives the illusion of belonging, and, what is worse, condition them to the absence of interlocutors. Unfortunately, the answer to Villet's question is clear. There is no other comparable instrument of human isolation. The radio, and television even more than the radio, shuts up the individual in an echoing mechanical universe in which he is alone. He already knew little enough about his neighbors, and now the separation between him and his fellows is further widened. Men become accustomed to listening to machines and talking to machines, as, for example, with telephones and dictaphones. No more face-to-face encounters, no more dialogue. In a perpetual monologue by means of which he escapes the anguish of silence and the inconvenience of neighbors, man finds refuge in the lap of technique, which envelops him in solitude, and at the same time reassures him with all its hoaxes. Television, because of its power of fascination and its capacity of visual and auditory penetration, is probably the technical instrument which is most destructive of personality and of human relations. What man seeks is evidently an absolute distraction, a total obliviousness of himself and his problems, and the simultaneous fusion of his consciousness with an omnipresent technical diversion. In diversion, we are at a stage of development in which technique answers the needs of men in a technical society, but a society in which they are still free to use, or not to use, the available technical means. If you wish to escape, says technique, you are welcome to try. Modern men, however, are beginning to be aware of their need at all costs not to challenge the technical situation, and to recognize that technical means exist to meet this need. Take, for example, the extraordinary success of Butlin's vacation camps in Great Britain. Butlin grasped the fact that in a world at once exacting and depersonalizing in the extreme, the vacation most men prefer must be a genuine vacuum, an ever greater depersonalization which gives the impression of freedom, but which never allows the individual to come face to face with himself even materially. To achieve this end, Butlin in 1938 organized his family vacation camps. The vacation lives in a crowd on a strict timetable judiciously arranged so that each day will be different, giving the impression of constant novelty and variety. Games, songs, theater, eating, fun succeed one another at a rapid tempo, from 7 o'clock in the morning until midnight. The important thing, says Butlin, is that no one is ever left to himself, even for a moment. Everything takes place in a spirit of gaiety and liveliness, and under the direction of game leaders who are specialists. All available means are employed to persuade the individual that he is happy. Since each camp can accommodate 4,000 persons, there is little difficulty in arranging for the vacationer to pass his holiday, which lasts a fortnight, among a crowd of people. The whole thing represents an elaborate and rigorous enterprise for becoming unconscious, carried out by a technique described in detail by Butlin himself. Butlin minces no words. The problem, as he sees it, is to make his customers systematically lose consciousness, not as before from political motives, but from motives of pure entertainment. Here is technique put to the service of a kind of Pascalian distraction. Not exactly the same kind, since it is not so much a matter of dodging the dilemma of man facing eternity as of dodging the conflict between man and his situation in this life, of forgetting to meditate not so much on the two infinitives, something most men are incapable of, as on the obvious crashing absurdity of life in a technical world. The average man is inevitably conscious of this. He must therefore becloud his consciousness at any cost, and in this, it seems, he is in essential accord with the needs of a technical society. Our thesis is verified by the prodigious success of Butlin's camps, a success which is perhaps the most astonishing thing about them. In 1947, 400,000 persons vacationed in them, and the number has been growing steadily. And bear in mind that these figures represent Englishmen, who by their very nature would seem the most hostile to this kind of thing. This demonstrates the complete adaptation of technical amusements to technical society, and to their sociological function. How illusory is the effort to make of the motion pictures an educative art and a means of instruction! Art films and films with philosophic or political intent simply do not correspond to the wishes of the movie-going public. It can, of course, be legitimately maintained that motion pictures are nonetheless a means of educating the public. But here we must guard against a certain confusion. Education of the spectator's taste and understanding takes place, but only incidentally. The clouding of his consciousness is paramount, and art and science can contribute to this end. The film can succeed only if it puts art to the service of a sociologically necessary and technically possible enterprise. Only if art and indoctrination disguised as science becomes the new means of wrenching men from reality. If this were not the case, the public would not have patronized films like the first ones of Orson Welles. Spontaneous or organized mechanisms of entertainment, such as I have described, are useful only to the degree that propaganda technique is undeveloped. Propaganda, as it develops, tends to assimilate amusement, which either makes its appearance as an efficient propaganda medium or, at a later stage, is exploited for purposes of human adaptation. This last makes it impossible to agree with Veille's suggestion that the Swedish or Russian radio is not concerned with distractions, with building up a social structure of lies and soporifics, because the citizens of these states have been set free, and no longer feel the wearisome continuity of daily obligations. Veille, it may be noted, tends implicitly to see in this fact one of the beneficial effects of socialism. In reality, the condition he describes is due to the fact that the Swedes are among the most integrated and adapted of all mankind. They have alienated themselves to the greatest possible degree in the organization, so that they are no longer conscious of any cleavage between personality and technique, and do not therefore need an artificial paradise. In the case of the Russians, propaganda has cleverly absorbed and replaced amusement. The Russian citizen subjected to his government's daily propaganda, the most highly developed in the world, is unaware of anxiety. But then the same was true of Hitler's Germany. Sport. There is one last sphere where man can still frolic, but there too technique has stopped up all the gaps. I am referring to sport. Sport has been conditioned by the organization of the great cities. Apart from city life, its very invention is inconceivable. Country sport is but a pale imitation of city sport and has none of the characteristics of what we know as sport. The sporting vocabulary is English. It was introduced to the continent when the continental nations came under the influence of English industrialization. After the industrial center of gravity passed to the United States, American sporting forms prevailed. The Soviet Union began to cultivate sport when it began to industrialize. The only country in Central Europe which had organized sport, Czechoslovakia, was the only one which was industrialized. Sport is tied to industry because it represents a reaction against industrial life. In fact, the best athletes come from working-class environments. Peasants, woodsmen, and the like may be more vigorous than the proletariat, but they are not as good athletes. In part, the reason for this is that machine work develops the musculature necessary for sport, which is very different from peasant musculature. Machine work also develops the speed and precision of actions and reflexes. Moreover, sport is linked with the technical world because sport itself is a technique. The enormous contrast between the athletes of Greece and those of Rome is well known. For the Greeks, physical exercise was an ethic for developing freely and harmoniously the form and strength of the human body. For the Romans, it was a technique for increasing the legionnaire's efficiency. The Roman conception prevails today. Everyone knows the difference between a fisherman, a sailor, a swimmer, a cyclist, and people who fish, sail, swim, and cycle for sport. The last are technicians, as Junger says. They tend to carry to perfection the mechanical side of their activity. This mechanization of actions is accompanied by the mechanization of sporting goods, stopwatches, starting machines, and so on. In this exact measurement of time, in this precision training of muscular actions, and in the principle of the record, we find repeated in sport one of the essential elements of industrial life. Here, too, the human being becomes a kind of machine, and his machine-controlled activity becomes a technique. This technical civilization profits by this mechanization. The individual, by means of the discipline imposed on him by sport, not only plays and finds relaxation from the various compulsions to which he is subjected, but, without knowing it, trains himself for new compulsions. A familiar process is repeated. Real play and enjoyment, contact with air and water, improvisation and spontaneity, all disappear. These values are lost to the pursuit of efficiency, records, and strict rules. Training in sports makes of the individual an efficient piece of apparatus, which is henceforth unacquainted with anything but the harsh joy of exploiting his body and winning. The most important thing, however, is not the education of a few specialists, but the extension of the sporting mentality to the masses. Insofar as this represents a vigorous reaction to the mere passivity of spectator sports, it is good. But the usual result is the integration of more and more innocence into an insidious technique. It is needless to speak of the totalitarian frame of mind for which the exercise of sports paves the way. We constantly hear that the vital thing is team spirit, and so on. It is worth noting that technicized sport was first developed in the United States, the most conformist of all countries, and that it was then developed as a matter of course by the dictatorships, fascist, Nazi, and communist, to the point that it became an indispensable constituent element of totalitarian regimes. Sport is an essential factor in the creation of the mass man. It is, at the time, a disciplinary factor, and this in a twofold way. It coincides exactly with totalitarianism and with technical culture. In the new countries, an interpenetration of technique and the practice of sport is to be observed. The authoritarian states understand and exploit fully the efficiency of technicized sport in making their citizens into conformists and mass men. It is one of the chief boasts of communist states that they fabricate champions in countries which hitherto had never heard the word sport. This is an effect of the totalitarian society, but it also represents one of its modes of action. In every conceivable way, sport is an extension of the technical spirit. Its mechanisms reach into the individual's innermost life, working a transformation of his body and its motions as a function of technique, and not as a function of some traditional end foreign to technique, as, for example, harmony, joy, or the realization of a spiritual good. In sport, as elsewhere, nothing gratuitous is allowed to exist. Everything must be useful and must come up to technical expectations. Sport carries on without deviation the mechanical tradition of furnishing relief and distraction to the worker after he has finished his work proper, so that he is at no time independent of one technique or another. In sport, the citizen of the technical society finds the same spirit, criteria, morality, actions, and objectives. In short, all the technical laws and customs which he encounters in office or factory. Medicine. Technique makes its major contribution in surgery and medicine. I will consider these technical forms only briefly, first because they are far removed from the area of my own special competence, and second because they are as uncertain as they are familiar. How can we classify these techniques? A report published in the review Esprit states, "Thanks to our knowledge of psychophysiological correlations, it is possible to claim that we are in a position to modify the human being's interior energetics. These modifications may be achieved by the following means. 1. Appropriate nutritional regimes involving vitamins and the like. 2. Suppression of glandular secretions, as, for example, castration or sterilization to control antisocial and overaggressive reactions. 3. Injection or grafting of hormones, as, for example, in attempts to increase bodily energy, virility, femininity, or the maternal instinct. 4. Prolonged synthetic medication to modify metabolism. 5. Operative interruption of the nerve paths of intercerebral communication, to which must be added lobotomies and thalatomies, both of which involve direct intervention on the brain and entail a lowering of the psychic level. We are to add to the above the whole pharmacopoeia of police drugs, as certain narcotics have become popularly known. These so-called truth serums that do not extract the truth have a bad reputation, and they are still limited to professional medical use. Because of this, we must insist that there are extremely few authenticated instances in which sodium pentothal, for example, has been employed for other than medical reasons. Even the accounts of the celebrated trials in the Soviet Union and its satellites, in which the defendants accused themselves, must be taken with a grain of salt. There is nothing to prove conclusively that truth serums were ever used, and there are good technical reasons for believing otherwise. In any case, no positive conclusions can be based on such evidence as we possess. What is clear is that these presumed techniques, as they are represented by the press, evoke spectacular public reaction and inquiries. The chief reason for the public's belief in the efficacy of truth serums is probably moral indignation and fear brought to a pitch of madness by anti-communism, so that the real state of affairs becomes proportionally harder to analyze scientifically. It is undeniable, however, that it is possible to modify the human being effectively, but it is still uncertain just how this modification occurs, or what can ultimately be expected from such technical intervention. From my point of view, these medical techniques of intervention have only secondary importance. I would not deny that they represent a major intervention. They affect the human being materially and modify him in far-reaching ways. Morally, such intervention is certainly a grave matter. But the problem, after all, is not essentially different from that posed by the death penalty. As for medical technique, what is to be feared and hoped from its application? And with what other technical system will this technique be interrelated? The answer is solely with the state. And this indicates what we have to fear. It is universally understood that technical means begin to be dangerous when the state begins to exploit them, utilizing them in connection with its arbitrary, omnipotent decisions. When the individual undertakes to systematize a number of techniques, he seldom creates a sturdy structure. The technical framework of our world is linked together naturally, not by arbitrary human decision, and it is this which gives it its solidity. The field of application of these medical techniques will of necessity be very limited, since they will be applied only to persons expressly designated by the state as enemies or undesirables. These techniques can essentially serve only the state's designs, whether they are to break the spirit of the last remaining free men, or to eliminate the old, or to obtain sensational confessions or declarations during a fake trial. And these designs must be limited, since in the last analysis the state can have no interest in generalizing methods which appear to degrade the human being. The state, on the contrary, has need of whole, strong human beings, in full moral, intellectual, and physical vigor, who alone can serve it best. What the state requires is the technical means for integrating completely whole beings, and these means are on the point of becoming a reality. The technical state will not be a party to the deterioration of its material, only with regard to already useless material, because it is refractory or weak, could the technical state be driven to use one of these techniques. It is certainly not altogether out of the question that the state might employ these techniques, but the state has many other means of attaining its ends. Since it has at its disposal concentration camps and the death sentence, it would hardly go out of its way to find more complicated means, except perhaps for the sake of occasional propaganda. And certainly the population need not become so alarmed about what is, after all, only a lesser evil. Surgical and medical intervention have another defect from the state's point of view. They cannot be generalized, and are, as a consequence, indeterminate except for special cases. Each new case requires the state to make a special decision. These techniques cannot function with the autonomous regularity of such state organs as the police. Indeed, it is necessary to limit application, because the general public must be kept in ignorance. The citizens are far from ready to accept the use of these techniques, and would be easily aroused if they learned of it. The danger of a popular reaction, even a momentary one, against the state is too great to risk for the limited advantages the state might draw from their use. It does not seem, therefore, that medical techniques are an important part of the body of human techniques. It is possible, of course, to envision a time when surgery will be able to modify brain structure instead of destroying it, and thereby will be able to reconstruct a positive personality. But this is still speculative. My conviction is that there is little chance of practical application here, apart perhaps from the purely medical sphere. Surgical intervention must be relegated to a relatively distant future. And when we consider the remarkable development of psychosociology and social psychoanalysis, both of which are presently being applied on a mass scale, it is clear that with these the state can achieve anything it might hope to achieve through surgical modification of the human personality. Surgical intervention can only produce consolidating effects. We might ask whether the game is worth the candle, since such intervention, when undertaken by the state, confirms all our moral reservations and strictures concerning the state's contempt for the human personality. The overall efficiency of these techniques does not allow us to attach any great weight to them. Their real importance, which causes some disquiet, is that they are a red herring. Since they are spectacular, the public pitches upon them fearfully and crystallizes about them its diffuse fear of technique in general. But it is relatively easy to prove to the public that in this respect its fears are groundless. The public, unable to see the real problem of technique because it gravitates unerringly to glaring superficialities and wavers between unreasoning fear and false security, never penetrates to the heart of the problem of modern society. Echoes. Techniques, men, and man. Here ends the long encirclement of men by technique. It is not the result of a plot or plan by any one man or any group of men who direct it or apply it or shunt it in new directions. The technical phenomenon is impersonal, and in following its course we have found that it is directed toward man. In investigating its preferred loci, we find man himself. This man is not the man in the mirror, nor is he the man next door or the man in the street. Proceeding at its own tempo, technique analyzes its objects so that it can reconstitute them. In the case of man, it has analyzed him and synthesized a hitherto unknown being. Technique never works on the man we meet in the street. The great scandal of Nazism was its indecency in applying its techniques to Otto Schultz, who had a family name and a given name, who practiced his trade and led his life in full view of hundreds of his neighbors. He was operated on without anesthesia, dragged off under duress to the accompaniment of the lamentations of his family. The physicians of Struthof were scandalous because of their cynicism and brutality. It was a glaring blunder for the Nazis to show such complete contempt for human feelings. We do better. We operate painlessly. Even when we use successive operations to demonstrate the evolutionary processes of the human embryo, the procedures are carried out on volunteers. And no one complains very much. None of our techniques claims that it applies to the living. Because it is first of all scientific, technique obeys the great law of specialization. It can be efficient only if it is specialized. In the case of human beings, efficiency has a double meaning. It means the technique must be applicable without raising storms of protest, and it means that it must not neglect the scientific aspect, which is the most important, of this specialization. Techniques are designed for application to a relatively limited number of cases. As a consequence, general applicability cannot be envisaged. Every human technique has its circumscribed sphere of action, and none of them covers the whole of man. As we have seen, there are psychological techniques, educational techniques, and many others. Each of these answers one and only one particular need. If one of them is applied, it does indeed encroach on some private sphere or other of the individual, but the greatest part remains private. There is therefore never any clear reason to protest. This relatively impersonal technical operation is a far cry from one which would hurl man brutally into a world of concentration camps, where the most strident, dramatic, overwhelming techniques suddenly descend on him. A further mistake of Nazism was to dress its techniques in a demoniac mask designed to inspire terror, because the use of terror is also a technique. The Nazis made it an invariable accompaniment of all their other techniques, shocking the rest of the world by useless excess. We do better. We dress technique in the aseptic mask of the surgeon. Impassivity is an attribute of the new God, as it was an attribute of the old. The true face of modern technique is far more like the deist's triangle than the grimacing mask of Shiva. A single technique and its guarded application to a limited sphere is the starting point of dissociation. No technician anywhere would say that he is submitting men, collectively or individually, to technique. The biogeneticist who experiments on the human embryo, Or the film director who tries to affect his audience to the greatest possible degree makes no claim that he is working on man. The individual is broken into a number of independent fragments, and no two techniques have the same dimensions or depth. Nor does any combination of techniques, for example propaganda plus vocational guidance, correspond to any part of the human being. The result is that every technique can assert its innocence. Where then, or by whom, is the human individual being attacked? Nowhere and by no one. Such is the reply of technique and technician. They ask indignantly how it can be alleged that the human being is being attacked through the application of the new school of technique. According to them, the charge itself demonstrates an absence of comprehension and the presence of erroneous, not to say malicious, prejudices. And in fact, every technician taken separately can affirm that he is innocent of aggressive designs against the human being. The biologist working on a living embryo with the consent of the mother is guilty of no assault on her life or her honor. Thus, since no technician applies his technique to the whole man, he can wash his hands of responsibility and declare that the human being remains intact. A larger view of the technician's operations thus presents a totally reassuring and even edifying picture. Every technician working on a tiny particle, so tiny it could not be considered a man, of living flesh, can claim that he is at work in the name of a higher being, man. Technicians are not very complicated beings. In truth, they are as simple as their techniques, which more and more assimilate them. The communists are no doubt right in thinking that all moral problems will be resolved when all men have become technicians. If it is an important part of the work of our intellectuals to analyze the times and discover all the myths at work in the 20th century, this task will demonstrate that the myths are deep-rooted and widespread. And when they turn their critical faculties to the myths of the technicians, they will not need to delve much or deeply. The technician's myth is simply man. Not you or I, but an abstract entity. The technician intones, "We strive for man's happiness. We seek to create a man of excellence. We put the forces of nature at his disposal in full confidence that he will overcome the problems of the present," and so on. Other modern myths, for example, the myth of progress or of the proletariat, are immeasurably less real to the technician than the myth of the abstract entity, man, in which he finds his justification. This myth, moreover, represents a stage he cannot transcend, for he has small ideology and less philosophy. He understands his methods, which he applies with satisfaction, because they yield immediate results. The technician anticipates results, but, be it said, they are not genuine ends, but merely results. And then he makes the great leap into the unknown and finds the explanation of everything and the answer to all possible objections, the myth of man. The technician either does not believe in the myth at all or believes in it only superficially. It represents for him a ready-made and comfortable conviction, a ready answer to all criticism. It is a justification, but scarcely a conscious one. Why indeed should the technician justify himself? He feels in no way guilty. His good intentions are as clear as their excellent results are undeniable. No, the technician has no need of justification, and if ever the slightest doubt were to penetrate his consciousness, his answer would be as clear as it would be staggering. The man for whom I am working is humanity, the species, the proletariat, the race. Man the creature, man the eternal, even you. All technical systems, whether they be expressed in communist or liberal phraseology, come back in the final analysis to this abstraction. All technicians, too. The technicians, in any case, do not have sufficiently intellectual curiosity to ask themselves what their favorite abstraction really means or what the relation is between this abstraction and technique. Not, one supposes, that intellectual curiosity would be worth much here. The abstraction, man, is only an epiphenomenon in the Marxist sense, a natural secretion of technical progress. Why then become agitated? We have, on the one hand, various techniques, each of which exerts only partial action and can therefore be of no danger to man's total being. On the other hand, we have a myth, man, which more or less deifies him, and in any case strongly affirms that technique is subordinate to the human being. What more could we want? However, one important fact has escaped the notice of the technicians: the phenomenon of technical convergence. Monroe has defined political totalitarianism as a convergence of a plurality of national histories with a plurality of political systems. Our interest here is the convergence on man of a plurality, not of techniques, but of systems or complexes of techniques. The result is an operational totalitarianism. No longer is any part of man free and independent of these techniques. This convergence might be likened to the convergence of theater projectors, each of which has a specific color, intensity, and direction, but each of which can fulfill its individual function only in conjunction with the others. The effect cannot be predicted on the basis of the individual projectors, only on the basis of the object illuminated. Such is the case with human techniques. A plurality of them converge toward the human being, and each individual technician can assert in good faith that his technique leaves intact the integrity of its object. But the technician's opinion is of no importance, for the problem concerns not his technique, but the convergence of all techniques. It is impossible to determine by considering any human technique in isolation whether its human object remains intact or not. The problem can be solved only by using the human being as a criterion, only by looking at this point of convergence of technical systems. This is why I have had to make a preliminary enumeration of the various technical complexes which have been applied to man. Now, two additional remarks are in order. First, as I have said repeatedly, technical convergence is not brought about by the will of any technician or any group of technicians. No technician acts as conductor of the technical orchestra. Convergence is a completely spontaneous phenomenon, representing a normal stage in the evolution of technique. The technicians are not conscious of the mechanism and even sometimes do not approve of it. Some intellectuals have a dim awareness of the fact of convergence and recognize, generally optimistically, that the technical movement is directed to the whole man. Some technicians are indeed seeking gropingly to unify a number of different techniques. Cybernetics and psychosomatic medicine are good examples of this, and confirm, incidentally, the phenomenon of technical convergence. At the midpoint of the 20th century, we begin to become conscious of the phenomenon. It is difficult to exploit the techniques that already exist precisely because of the fact of technical specialization. Our highly specialized technicians will have a vast number of problems to hurdle before they are in a position to put together the pieces of the puzzle. The technical operations involved do not appear to fit well together, and only by means of a new technique of organization will it be possible to unite the different pieces into a whole. When this has finally been accomplished, however, human techniques will develop very fast. As yet unrecognized potentialities for influencing the individual will appear. At the moment, such possibilities are only dimly discerned in the penumbra of totalitarian regimes still in their infancy. It should not be forgotten, of course, that while our technicians are trying to synthesize the various techniques theoretically, a synthetic unity already exists de facto, and man is its object. Our second remark concerns certain judgments we might be tempted to make. In discussing the effects of technique on man, we must avoid over-hasty or superficial generalizations. We must not become too agitated, or hold that man's nature is cut into bits and pieces. We must be wary of using a mystical vocabulary. We do not understand very well what man is, and nothing we know would justify us in declaring his character sacred, or some part of it inalienable and purely personal, or in asserting that he has supreme value. The values may be there, but they elude us as soon as we try to define them, or to make precise their nature and location. Is this supreme value under attack? When we behold the individual, trapped in technical mechanisms, we are indeed tempted to reply in the affirmative. But if we analyze the situation concretely, we cannot discover the locus of the attack or even what is being attacked. For this, another system of references is needed, a conception of man which is a priori and non-scientific. But then we must not be surprised at the divergent reactions we get when we speak of the impact of techniques upon the human being. On the other hand, we must not say that the question is unimportant. It would be deceptive to ask, what then is under attack? And to enumerate analytically the components of the human psyche as determined by the most up-to-date methods, in order to show that nothing humanly valuable is endangered by the progress of technique. For we never know whether there is not something in man which our analyses and scientific apparatus are unable to grasp. All of us, even the materialists, are sure that there is. For it is on the unmoving and unseen axis, which is the essence of the wheel and round which it turns, that all else depends. But we cannot declare that it is unimportant if technique permeates everything human, so long as it does not reach the unreachable center. This dualism is impossible because this center is not abstract but concretely embodied. If the quality of being human depends on it, and if this quality is modified by the ways in which technique mauls man's body and soul, we have no right to say that what is essential remains unscathed. There is, on the contrary, every evidence that what is called the person is being dangerously impaired. Similarly, it is escapism to say that what can be laid hold of in man is itself the result of many influences, many social currents and collective habits. So why worry about the influence of technique? I do not believe there are many proponents left of the idea that man is something in himself, that he has an essence independent of his milieu. But there is a broad middle ground between the indifference to technique affected by the philosophical dualists who would maintain such a position and the indifference that the technical sycophants affect. Two reservations suffice. First, the fact that the individual is subject to a given influence is no reason to make him submit to another. Second, there is a difference between the spontaneous and lightly coercive influence of an individualistic social group and the calculated, precise, and efficient influence of techniques. But here we are at the mercy of religious and scientific prejudices, which give rise to banal and superficial statements. In discussing the human effects of technique, I have made every effort to avoid passing favorable or unfavorable judgments and to shun journalistic commonplaces. My purpose is to inquire not so much into the modifications of the human being that are being made, as into the symptoms of the technical encroachment which is now more or less complete. Let us not forget that every one of the human techniques is related to all other techniques. We must be on guard against attempting to isolate them. When we say that human techniques must compensate for the disagreeable consequences of other techniques, we are arbitrarily isolating different technical spheres. Human techniques are closely dependent on economic, political, and mechanical techniques, not only because of their origin and potentialities, but even more because of the necessity for their application. Economics and mechanics form a framework, a milieu within which human techniques necessarily belong. Suppressing the context no doubt makes it easy to analyze these techniques and to draw reassuring conclusions. But the conclusions are also completely unreliable. Human techniques have no existence except to the degree that the human individual is subject to economic conditions, and to the degree that mechanical conditions permit the means discovered to be exercised upon him. To neglect the technical context of these human techniques is to live in a world of dreams. To admit it is to perceive that human techniques in the real world, not in the world of philosophic abstractions where freedom is always possible, are conditioned by the economic, the political, and the mechanical. Human techniques, therefore, are never dominants because they can exist only in relation to all the others. They cannot be isolated in a pure state, and their means tendencies, and results must be interpreted in relation to these others. If human techniques were ever to come into conflict with the others, they would inevitably lose out, for they would retain no real substance. To the degree that they might conceivably run counter to the necessities, for example, of economic productivity, they would ruin the condition sine qua non of their application. Without unremitting productivity, the men, money, and time necessary to their application would not be forthcoming. Human techniques, therefore, are obliged to become a part of the technical system. The reassuring conclusions drawn by some writers seem correspondingly less convincing. The explicit problem, then, seems to be, if we can perceive certain echoes of techniques in man, how do these echoes enable us to measure the degree of human technical encirclement? L'homme-machine. Translator's note: literally, man, a machine. A famous French phrase and the title of Julien Offroy de la Métrise' celebrated work, 1748, which argues the materialistic thesis that the soul, like the muscles, is the result of metabolism. A progressively more complete technical knowledge of man is being developed. Will it liberate him? Man's traditional spontaneous activities are now subjected to analysis in all their aspects: objects, modes, durations, quantities, results. The totality of these actions and feelings is then systematized, schematized, and tabulated. A human type is created which is the only recognizable normal. As Sargent puts it, technique will furnish me with norms of life in whatever concerns work, food, housing, education, and so on. It is to be understood, of course, that there is no absolute obligation for the individual to conform to the type. He can, if he will, despise it. But then he will always find himself in an inferior position vis-à-vis the type, whenever the two come into competition. Our human techniques must therefore result in the complete conditioning of human behavior. They must assimilate man into the complex man-machine, the formula of the future. In the coupling of man and machine, a genuinely new entity comes into being. Most writers still insist on the modern tendency which they profess to discern to adapt the machine to the man. Such adaptation doubtless exists and represents a great improvement, but it entails its counterpart, the complete adaptation of the man to the machine. This last does not lie in a remote future. Man's nature has already been modified, and it is to an already adapted individual that technique adapts mechanical apparatus. Such adaptation is becoming progressively easier and even takes place spontaneously when the human techniques cooperate. A familiar case in point is the fixation of workers in their work. Polls reveal that when a worker begins work on an assembly line, he frequently experiences a certain malaise. He is simply not cut out for such work, and assembly line workers are often tempted to abandon it or to request transfers. They become jittery and nervous and evidence a profound uneasiness. But to make a living and to avoid the ever-threatening unemployment, they must hold on to their jobs. They must force themselves to adjust to working conditions as they find them. They are fixed. When they are questioned, they claim to be satisfied and disclaim any desire for change. The very idea of change, in fact, can call forth real fear. The result of such polls are taken to indicate that the working man is happy, but a completely different interpretation is possible, that the constant exercise of impersonal labor has resulted in the total depersonalization of the laborer. He has been shaped by his work, used by it, mechanized and assimilated. Impartial psychological investigations reveal that the workers have been deprived of initiative and responsibility. They are adapted to the degree that they have become inert, unable to take risks in any area. Such findings do not, perhaps, apply to all workers, but they represent the current tendency. They are, moreover, readily understandable. Why should we demand that workers be supermen? Workers, like all other men in the technological society, have acquired a fear of change and feel the need of the work that costs them so much. Their situation is analogous to that of the man who began by reacting to propaganda, progressively abandoned himself to it, ended by being manipulated by it, and is no longer capable of dispensing with this adjuvant to personality and excitant to thought and feeling. Until recently, it was possible to show that worker adaptation to a given machine did not represent excessive specialization in the important sense that the specialized worker could be adapted to a very great number of different machines. This statement is still perhaps true for the period we are passing through today, but the more monumental and exacting the machine becomes, and by machine I understand organization too, the more indissoluble the complex man-machine becomes. The difficulty experienced by pilots of hypermodern aircraft in changing over to another type of machine, or even to another machine of the same type, is well known. This last seems a good example of the irreversible conditioning of the individual by technique. The more human factors are taken into account in the development of technique, the more man himself is a part of the development, not perhaps in a subordinate role, but irreversibly and indissolubly superordinated. But such superordination, even if we take it in its most favorable light, can scarcely represent human liberation. The human being becomes completely incapable of escaping from the technical order of things. Man and technique bear the same relation to each other as the social superstructure bears to the economic infrastructure in the Marxist scheme of things. Technicized man literally no longer exists, except in relation to the technical infrastructure. The theory might be advanced that in the man-machine complex, man in some sense plays the role the soul plays in relation to the body in certain philosophies. But the contrary would rather seem the case, as J.M. Lahey implied long ago when he asked, "Will not this man have less and less time to be conscious of his own living presence?" No doubt man will continue to steer the machine, but only at the price of his individuality. Again, the adaptability of man will be raised as an objection to my thesis. Why should not man be able to adapt to the technical context, since he has in the past adapted to so many new situations, and to so many different conditions equally representative of profound change? Why should he forfeit his personal life now, after he has for so long been able to take new conditions in stride without forfeiting it? Technical adaptation will doubtless produce a new human type. But why should this be condemned? My reply to this theory, which has enjoyed great vogue in the past few years, is that man does indeed possess an extraordinary adaptive capacity. But this adaptability has introduced very varied results. Some natives of Tierra del Fuego have succeeded in adapting to life on Cape Horn, but it can hardly be maintained that they represent a very desirable human type. I entertain no doubts whatsoever that a generalized human adaptability exists, but I am much less certain of the excellence of its results in what concerns men in the concrete. I must add that I am much more interested in real men who actually exist than in that ideal man which has no existence except as an image and an abstraction. The ideal man is an escapism which eases every kind of enormity and tranquilizing abstractions. We should remember what the Nazis did with respect to this ideal in their extermination camps, which destroyed some millions of unimportant specimens. We ought to avoid the same mistake with respect to this all-virtuous ideal in the universal concentration camp we live in. What is important is not the adaptability of man, but the adaptability of men. We shall find the answer not in the immortal soul of the species, but in the preservation of our own individual souls, which are perhaps not immortal. Our personal adaptability is limited. There are circumstances in which men, as we know them, cannot live at all. They cannot live, for example, in concentration camps, even when these exist without supplementary tortures. There are conditions in which they can indeed continue to exist, but only with the loss of everything which makes them peculiarly human. In this connection we have only to think of certain tribes terrifyingly close to the animal level. and in some aspects of life even below it. We need only think of the Nazi torture apparatus, or of the degradation experienced by the ordinary man in the ranks of the army in wartime. In view of these examples, we are entitled to ask what adaptation will really be like in the man-machine complex. The psychotechnicians have recognized that adaptation is not possible for everyone. In a completely technicized world, there will be whole categories of men who will have no place at all, because universal adaptation will be required. Those who are adaptable will be so rigorously adapted that no play in the complex will be possible. The complete joining of man and machine will have the advantage, however, of making the adaptation painless, and it will assure the technical efficiency of the individuals who survive it. Up to the present, adaptation has been the product of material interaction, with all this implies in laxness, misfitting, and excess. But future adaptation will be calculated according to a strict system, the so-called biocracy. It will be impossible to escape this system of adaptation because it will be articulated with so much scientific understanding of the human being. The individual will have no more need of conscience and virtue. His moral and mental furnishings will be a matter of the biocrat's decisions. At present, we have little conception of what this new man will be like. The technician, by his existence, gives us an inkling, but an imperfect one. The technician still retains elements of spontaneity. We are, however, able to divine what the new man will gain and what he will lose in comparison with the average modern man. The dissociation of man. A second element which is of great importance, and is, in a way, the inverse of the last, is the human dissociation produced by techniques. The purpose of our human techniques is ostensibly to reintegrate and restore the lost unity of the human being. But the unity produced is the abstract unity of the ideal man. In reality, the concrete application of techniques dissociates man into fragments. We have already considered the dissociation of human intelligence and action characteristic of modern methods of work. The same tendency is found in shift work. It is understood, of course, that in modern work, the human being accomplishes nothing. At best, he performs a neutral function during the dead time of the working day. He must exercise his own personality, if he exercises it at all, during the 8 hours of leisure. This tendency gives good results in the form of contented workers, but in another sense it is exceedingly dangerous. It is impossible to make industrial labor interesting by allowing the worker to introduce his own personality into it. He must be rendered completely unconscious and mechanized in such a way that he cannot even dream of asserting himself. The technical problem is to make his gestures so automatic that they have no personal quality at all. What we usually say is, the worker must be freed from continual preoccupation with the tasks of his vocation. I can easily see the good results of this liberation. But to call good the fact that the worker thinks and dreams about matters unrelated to his work, while his body carries out certain mechanical activities, is to sanction the psychological dissociation between intelligence and action which our technical society tends to produce and which is possibly the greatest of human scourges. We thereby admit that when all is said and done, the ideal state, higher than consciousness, is a dreaming sleep. To acquiesce in the thesis that work is neutral is to acquiesce in this profound rupture. Indeed, the individual cannot be absent from his work without great injury to himself. Work is an expression of life. To assert that the individual expresses his personality and cultivates himself in the course of his leisure, we have already considered what may be expected of man's leisure, is to accept the suppression of half the human personality. History compels the judgment that it is in work that human beings develop and affirm their personality. Those who set an inordinately high value on sports and gambling are without substance. Only see what leisure has made of the bourgeois classes of society. It is possible that the modern organization of industrial society has made people happy, The dissociation of mental activity from physical actions probably results in a lessening of fatigue, since there is no longer any need to participate or to make decisions. It is nonetheless undesirable to sanction this situation or to establish it as the norm. To do so is inevitably to weaken the human personality. It is impossible so to fragment man's personality without weakening it. A certain disequilibration may be avoided by these means, but the loss of creative power has disastrous psychological consequences. When the human being is no longer responsible for his work and no longer figures in it, he feels spiritually outraged. The technical organization of the technical society may obviate certain tendencies to aggression and frustration in a non-Freudian sense, but the annihilation of work and its compensation with leisure resolves the conflicts by referring them to a subhuman plane. It is difficult to understand the hope many modern men repose in leisure. Yet this hope is prevalent. It is, for example, the point of departure of Christian employers, who hold that in his leisure time the worker can lead a personal life, escape the constraints put upon him by society, and regain his psychic equilibrium. This is also the attitude of the socialists, who advocate the greatest possible reduction of working hours in order that the individual be afforded certain possibilities of life and self-development. It is the attitude of the technicians of labor, as reported by Friedman. In commenting on certain essays of Léon Walter, Friedman writes, "We must conjure up the prospect of a society in which labor will be of restricted duration, industrial operations automatized, and piecework, requiring no attention, made pleasant by music and lectures. A society, in short, in which culture will be identified completely with leisure. In a leisure more and more full of potentialities, and more active, will be found the justification of the humanistic experiment." Friedman is asserting here that it is impossible to make industrial labor positive. But if we agree to Friedman's proposition that the human being can develop his personality only in the cultivation of leisure, we are denying that work is an element of personality fulfillment, or of satisfaction, or of happiness. This is bad enough, but the situation is even more serious when we consider that putting our hopes in leisure is really taking refuge in idealism. If leisure were a real vacuum, a break with the forces of the environment, and if, moreover, it were spontaneously utilized for the education of the personality, the thesis of the value of leisure might hold. But neither of these conditions is true. We see, first of all, that leisure, instead of being a vacuum representing a break with society, is literally stuffed with technical mechanisms of compensation and integration. It is not a vacuous interval. It is not a human kind of emptiness in which decisions might be matured. Leisure time is a mechanized time, and is exploited by techniques which, although different from those of man's ordinary work, are as invasive, exacting, and leave man no more free than labor itself. As to the second condition, it is simply not the case that the individual left on his own will devote himself to the education of his personality, or to a spiritual and cultural life. We are perpetually falling into this idealism. In fact, modern man himself seeks to give a technical form to his leisure time, and rebels against entering the sphere of human creativity. Since his youth, and in his vocational activity, he has been unrelentingly adapted. If the individual must be regimented into intelligent use of his free time, if he is obliged to spend this time learning how to be human, of what value are vacations and leisure? Where in this new framework of propaganda is there room for the transcendingly important elements of personality formation, choice, personal experience, and spontaneous participation in creative activity? Who or what is to be his guide in the collective, educative employment of leisure? The employer? The administration? The labor unions? To put the question at all is to recognize its fatuity. What if man's leisure allowed him to judge his own work? What if in being cultivated, or even better, a real person, He should rebel against his stupid mechanized job, or find his 4 hours of obligatory servitude an intolerable abasement. It is unimaginable. We conclude that the education of the human personality cannot but conform to the postulates of technical civilization. Man's leisure must reinforce the other elements of this culture, so there will be no risk of producing poorly adjusted persons. This is the direction the techniques of amusement have taken. To gamble that leisure will enable man to live is to sanction the dissociation I have been describing, and to cut him off completely from a part of life. Historically, it has always been possible for men to realize themselves in their free time. The individual has always found self-expression both in work and in leisure. The two exist in a mutual relationship and express two consubstantial aspects of the human being. It is idealistic to expect leisure to replace the functions of both work and leisure, or to epitomize and take upon itself the whole of life. A minimum condition would be that automatic work, the travail néant, be of very limited duration, perhaps 3 or 4 hours daily. But such a reduction of working hours is still a long way off. And even if we could be certain that this would come to pass in 2 or 3 generations, might not the human being have been so transformed by that time that his spontaneous creative power would have been irreparably destroyed? It would be utterly idealistic to reply in the negative, and it would be twice compounded idealism to believe that the individual with 14 hours of leisure, free of technique and of necessity, would spontaneously produce works expressing his personality. There are people who have hobbies, such as gardening or puttering about the house. But what is the proportion of such people to those who do nothing? The melancholy fact is that the human personality has been almost wholly disassociated and dissolved through mechanization. All this shows, once again, how illusory it is to pin to one sector of technique the hopes which serious analysis denies all of them. We must conclude that the organizers of work, who have clearly recognized the nature of modern labor, have failed to recognize the nature of leisure. If it is asked whether leisure could be otherwise, the answer is that it could be. So could the conditions of work, and the state and human nature. But if we are going in for all these conditionals, paradise could also find a place on earth. The triumph of the unconscious. Flight is always possible. It is, indeed, the spontaneously chosen solution. Moreover, it represents still another aspect of the technical encirclement of the person. If there cannot be any real salvation, the individual escapes into illusion and unconsciousness. Modern man, I do not speak of the theoreticians, represses his fear of the technical world and intoxicates himself with action, or, better, with the illusion of action. One of the most genuine men of our time, Georges Nevel, is a living witness to the possibility of true freedom even in a technical world. But Nevel has had to pay a fearful price for this freedom in effort, asceticism, and refusal to compromise. And even Nevel is not completely free of the illusion of action, as shown by his recommendation of political participation as one means of curing the world's malaise. The individual who engages in party politics with its program of activities, meetings, and fellowship may well discover in it an answer to the problems of disequilibration. Indeed, the more demanding the party, the more efficacious the remedy. Communism long ago denounced the political activity of the democracies as an intolerable hoax and a flight into unreality. For them, democratic political action is completely useless. I will not go into Marx's analysis of democracy, which I hold to be true. But everything Marx has to say about democratic political action seems to me to hold, feature for communist politics as well. The individual who throws himself into political activity of any coloration has the gratifying impression that he is accomplishing something and justification and satisfaction. but the sad truth is that he is resolutely bypassing the real problem and repressing it. This kind of compensation, which is natural and easily understandable, can nonetheless only result in human disintegration and a new technical alienation. A detailed consideration of political activity would bring us back once more to the same point. Political activity allows the human being to exist in the technical milieu, but it is regression nonetheless, and a corollary to the general flight into unconsciousness. But this is true of work, and in fact of all elements of human life. All of them, to the extent that they are encircled and repressed by technique, tend to pass over the lower threshold of consciousness. The unconscious tends, therefore, to play an ever more important role in the conduct of human life. Every technique, and above all every human technique, makes a fundamental appeal to the unconscious. At the same time, the sphere of action of the unconscious is enlarged by means of the repressions I have mentioned. It is highly significant that technical elements began to appear in what the psychoanalysts call the great dreams. The traditional figures of certain typical dreams, figures which go back to the remotest human times, are beginning to be displaced by technical instruments. Bastide notes the appearance of the automobile in the dreams of certain Indian tribes. The important point here is that a technical contrivance has replaced traditional symbols. The breakdown of an automobile, it would seem, is symbolic of sexual derangement. This mechanical penetration of the unconscious indicates that nothing human is exempt from the influence of technique. In art, technical influence has been marked. Indeed, modern art expresses the subconscious precisely to the degree that the subconscious has been influenced by the machine. The artist is, in fact, a seismograph that records the fluctuations of man in society. The cubist and abstract schools of art, as in poetry, Dadaism, and onirism, are aspects of this deep reality. With very different forms, Chirico, Léger, and Marcel Duchamp, sometimes consciously and sometimes unconsciously, show us the coupling of machine and person. They show, too, the absurdity of the mechanical world, however rational it may be, and the impossibility of an aesthetic based on the technical movement unless it is an aesthetic of madness. A major section of modern art and poetry unconsciously guides us in the direction of madness, and indeed, for the modern man, there is no other way. Only madness is inaccessible to the machine. Every other art form can be reduced to technique. Note the utilitarian art of the Soviets. The artists of our time are the most impressive witnesses to the fact that a true aesthetics is an impossibility for men whose only alternatives are madness or pure technique. And this in spite of the existence of powers of artistic invention, such as past civilizations have seldom seen. As long as modern art was concerned with an aesthetic of movement, as opposed to the older aesthetic of form, with the integration of duration into graphic representation, with the simultaneity of Miro, Picasso, and Klee, an artistic world capable of development was still possible. But although the artist of the present can still master and represent the impulse of the machine, he is completely overwhelmed and impotent in a world that has a place only for a human being who has been stripped of his real self. Contemporary art forms bear witness to this impotence. We must pay due respect to the honorable struggle being waged by those who wish to deliver men from the clutches of technique and restore certain possibilities of living to man. If I have criticized their research on work and leisure, I did so not because I object to their aims, but because I distrust their illusions and idealism. If we take note of the penetration of technique into the unconscious, we must also consider the inverse, the exploitation of this penetration by other techniques with the purpose of reinforcing it and making it more complete. I have indicated that propaganda is based on the manipulation of the subconscious by technical means. So are those hypermodern police methods which have as their end the establishment of a neurotic complex based on feelings of insecurity. Our technical world not only creates these feelings spontaneously, it develops them with malice aforethought, for technical reasons, and by technical means which, in their action on the human being, reinforce the structures of that technical world. The only person who still remains a private individual is he who is asleep, declared Robert Lai in a noteworthy phrase. The words might be taken to refer exclusively to the Nazi regime, but they are not limited. They pertain to the integration of all men into a brutally technicized environment. Lai's aphorism, however, is not altogether exact, for we have observed the intrusion of technique even into dreams. This phenomenon has been given a Freudian interpretation in terms of the superego, which lays hold of the thoughts and feelings of every individual. This concept of the superego, which is composed of the collective imperative and mass assimilation, brings us to a new series of observations centering about the mass man. Mass man. Modern society is moving toward a mass society, but the human being is still not fully adapted to this new form. The purpose of human techniques is to defend man, and the first line of defense is that he be able to live. If these techniques strengthen him in his 19th century individualism, itself no ideal state of affairs, they only aggravate the split between the material structures of society, the social institutions, and the forces of production, on the one hand, and man's personal tendencies on the other. This presupposes that technique can, in fact, defend man's individuality. But such a disruption is technically impossible because it would entail insupportable disorders for man. Human techniques must therefore act to adapt man to the mass. Moreover, these techniques remain at variance with the other material techniques on which they depend. They must contribute to making man a mass man, and help put an end to what has hitherto been considered the normal type of humanity. The type that will emerge and the type that will disappear will be the subjects of a forthcoming work. For the moment, it suffices to establish concretely the tendencies of our human techniques to create the mass man. Material techniques usually result in a collective social form by means of a process which is largely involuntary. But it is sometimes voluntary. The technician, in agreement with the technical data, may consider a collectivity a higher social form. Involuntary and voluntary action are both to be observed, for example, in the sphere of psychological collectivization. I have indicated, for example, in my treatment of leisure, the means by which this involuntary and, in a way, automatic adaptation appears. I shall refer to one other striking phenomenon of involuntary psychological collectivism: advertising. The primary purpose of advertising technique is the creation of a certain way of life. And here it is much less important to convince the individual rationally than to implant in him a certain conception of life. The object offered for sale by the advertiser is naturally indispensable to the realization of this way of life. Now, objects advertised are all the result of the same technical progress and are all of identical type from a cultural point of view. Therefore, advertisements seeking to prove that these objects are indispensable refer to the same conception of the world, man, progress, ideals, in short, life. Once again, we are confronted by a technical phenomenon, completely indifferent to all local and accidental differences. Indeed, American, Soviet, and Nazi advertisements are an inspiration closely akin. They express the same conception of life, despite all superficial differences of doctrine. The Soviet Union, after having for a period violently rejected the technical system of advertising publicity, has more recently found it indispensable. Advertising, which is founded on massive psychological research that must be effective, can put across the technical way of life. Any man who buys a given object participates in this way of life and, by falling prey to the compulsive power of advertising, enters involuntarily and unconsciously into its psychological framework. One of the great designs of advertising is to create needs. But this is possible only if these needs correspond to an ideal of life that man accepts. The way of life offered by advertising is all the more compelling in that it corresponds to certain easy and simple tendencies of man and refers to a world in which there are no spiritual values to form and inform life. When men feel and respond to the needs advertising creates, they are adhering to its ideal of life. This explains the extremely rapid development, for example, of hygiene and cocktails. No one, before the advent of advertising, felt the need to be clean for cleanliness' sake. It is clear that the models used in advertising, Elsie the cow, for instance, represent an ideal type, and they are convincing in proportion to their ideality. The human tendencies upon which advertising like this is based may be strikingly simple-minded, but they nonetheless represent pretty much the level of our modern life. Advertising offers us the ideal we have always wanted, and that ideal is certainly not a heroic way of life. Advertising goes about its task of creating a psychological collectivism by mobilizing certain human tendencies in order to introduce the individual into the world of technique. Advertising also carries these tendencies to the ideal absolute limit. It accomplishes this by playing down all other human tendencies. Every man is concerned, for example, about his bodily health. But show him Superman, and it becomes his destiny to be Superman. In addition, advertising offers man the means for realizing material desires which hitherto had the tiresome propensity of not being realized. In these three ways, psychological collectivism is brought into being. Advertising must affect all people, or at least an overwhelming majority. Its goal is to persuade the masses to buy. It is therefore necessary to base advertising on general psychological laws, which must then be unilaterally developed by it. The inevitable consequence is the creation of the mass man. As advertising of the most varied products is concentrated, a new type of human being, precise and generalized, emerges. We can get a general impression of this new human type by studying America, where human beings tend clearly to become identified with the ideal of advertising. In America, advertising enjoys universal popular adherence, and the American way of life is fashioned by it. In addition to the involuntary psychological activity which leads to the creation of the mass man, there are certain conscious means which can be used to attain the same end. We must not misunderstand the qualification conscious in this connection. The degree of choice is very small. The process is effectively conditioned by material techniques and the beliefs they engender. However, this consciously concerted action is geared to psychological collectivization, and unlike advertising, exerts a direct effect. It has a twofold basis and a twofold orientation, and centers about the notions of group integration and unanimity, which I shall discuss in the following section. Up to now, in discussing human techniques, we have considered only man's need for adaptation with a view to his happiness, or at least his equilibrium. This plays a role here too. For example, it can be shown that in our society, the individual experiences tranquility only in a consciously gregarious state. This involves not only the undeniable strength in unity and forgetfulness of one's lot in the crowd, but also the conscious recognition of the need to apply adequate remedies to social dangers. In our culture, the person who is not consciously adapted to his group cannot put up adequate resistance. Levine's studies of anti-Semitism, for example, indicate that the Zionist groups, with their collective psychology, were able to withstand persecution much more readily than were the unorganized Jews who had retained an individualistic mentality. It cannot be denied that this kind of conscious psychological adaptation, which gives the individual a chance to survive and even be happy, can produce beneficial effects. Though he loses much personal responsibility, he gains as compensation a spirit of cooperation and a certain self-respect in his relations with other members of the group. These are eminently collectivist virtues, but they are not negligible. and they assure the individual a certain human dignity in the collectivity of mass men. While I have insisted on the humanistic tendencies of human techniques, and, starting from the premise that man must be adapted to be happy, have tried to demonstrate the necessity of these techniques and their interrelation with all other techniques, my attitude has been resolutely optimistic. I have presupposed that technical practices and the intentions of the technicians were subordinated to a concern with human good. And when I traced the background of the human techniques, I proceeded from the most favorable position, that of integral humanism, which, it is claimed, is their foundation. But there are more compelling realities. The tendency towards psychological collectivization does not have man's welfare as its end. It is designed just as well for his exploitation. In today's world, psychological collectivization is the sine qua non of technical action. Munson says, "By building the morale of the troops, we are trying to increase their yield, to substitute enthusiastic self-discipline for forced obedience, to stimulate their will and their attention. In short, we are pursuing success." There he gives us the key to this kind of psychological action. The yield is greater when man acts from consent rather than constraint. The problem then is to get the individual's consent artificially through depth psychology, since he will not give it of his own free will. But the decision to give consent must appear to be spontaneous. Anyone who prates about furnishing man an ideal or a faith to live by is helping to bring about technique's ascendancy, however much he talks about goodwill. The ideal becomes so through the agency of purely technical means, whose purpose is to enable men to support an insupportable situation created within the framework of technical culture. This attitude is not the antithesis of the humanistic attitude. The two are interwoven, and it is completely artificial to try to separate them. Human activity in the technical milieu must correspond to this milieu, and also must be collective. It must belong to the order of the conditioned reflex. Complete human discipline must respond to technical necessity. And as the technical milieu concerns all men, no mere handful of them, but the totality of society is to be conditioned in this way. The reflex must be a collective one. As Munson says, in peacetime, morale building aims at creating among the troops that state of mental receptivity which makes them susceptible to every psychological excitation of wartime. And this receptivity must also be instilled in every other human group in the technical culture, and especially in the masses of the workers. Psychological conditioning presupposes collectivity, for masses of men are more receptive to suggestion than individuals, and as we have seen, suggestion is one of the most important weapons in the psychological arsenal. At the same time, the masses are intolerant and think everything must be black or white. This results from the moral categories imposed by technique, and is possible only if the masses are of a single mind, and if countercurrents are not permitted to form. The conditions for psychological efficiency are, first, group integration, and second, group unanimity. This should not be taken to mean that on a larger scale there may not be a certain diversity. I am speaking of a determinate group, for example, a political party, the army, an industrial plant, which has a definite technical function to fulfill. The purpose of psychological methods is to neutralize or eliminate aberrant individuals and tendencies to fractionation. Simultaneously, the tendency to collectivization is reinforced in order to immunize the environment against any possible virus of disagreement. When psychological techniques, in close cooperation with material techniques, have at last succeeded in creating unity, all possible diversity will have disappeared, and the human race will have become a block of complete and irrational solidarity. Total integration. Until recently, we were obliged to think of man as divided in his relation to the technical world. One part of him was given over completely to the monster and subjected to the interior and exterior rules, but the other part he could keep for himself. His inner life, his family life, his psychic life. He suffered from this division, but nonetheless he retained a very considerable measure of freedom. When he insisted on retaining too much, he was said to be suffering from a proportionate lack of social adaptation. Many more aspects of the human personality have been exposed to the technical society, and today very nearly the entire human race is experiencing this progressive cleavage of personality. The average man, with his sentimental and intellectual attachments to the past, suffers acutely. Rare are the men who have so completely renounced the inner life as to hurl themselves gladly and without regret into a completely technicized mode of being. Such persons may exist, but it is probable that the joyous robot has not yet been born. I have repeated time and again that this tension, this dichotomy, is harder and harder to bear, and begins to appear more and more baneful in its influence even to the psychologists, sociologists, and teachers, that is, to the psychotechnicians in general. They want to restore man's lost unity, and patch together that which technical advances have separated. But only one way to accomplish this ever occurs to them, and that is to use technical means. Since the human sciences are applications of technical means, this entails rounding up those elements of the human personality that are still free and forcing, reintegrating them into the expanding technical order of things. What yet remains of private life must be forced into line by invisible techniques, which are also implacable, because they are derived from personal conviction. Reintegration involves man's covert spiritual activities as well as his overt actions. Amusements, friendship, art, all must be compelled toward the new integration, thanks to which there is to be no more social maladjustment or neurosis. Man is to be smoothed out, like a pair of pants under a steam iron. There is no other way to regroup the elements of the human personality. The human being must be completely subjected to an omnipotent technique, and all his acts and thoughts must be the object of the human techniques. Those men, undoubtedly men of goodwill, who are so preoccupied with the technical restoration of man's lost unity, certainly have not willed things as they have turned out. Their error lies much more in not having clearly seen genuine alternatives. The conscientious psychologist, sympathetic though he may be to human suffering, does not even consider alternative solutions to the problem. For him, technique imposes a technical solution, and this solution indeed restores unity to the human being, but only by virtue of the total integration of man into the process which originally produced his dismemberment. The psychologist sees this dismemberment, and civilization's neuroses too, as symptomatic of the incompleteness of the absorptive process. To achieve unity, then, means to complete the process. Technical anesthesia. It seems odd that the application of a technique designed to liberate men from the machine should end in subjecting them the more harshly to it. But given the technological state of mind, the paradox is easily explained. Consider a worker who is subject to a machine and its caprices. He must follow the machine's tempo and breathe its waste products. At the same time, he must fight off fatigue and boredom. In short, he must perform the work of two men. The efficiency expert comes and institutes procedures to automate action and save energy by transforming everything into mechanical reflexes. But the psychologist is dead set against this. He finds insupportable the total subjection of the worker to the machine, which the efficiency expert has elaborated, and he proposes to liberate him. To accomplish this laudable end, the psychologist in turn elaborates a science of human behavior with its own laws of human psychology. For example, laws concerning worker fatigue and so on. He draws up a program not merely of the worker's actions in the factory, but of his whole life. The human being ends by being encased in an even broader technical framework. It will doubtless make life easier and enable him to work with a minimum of effort, but only on condition that he follow its rules to the letter. The example is a simple one, but it can be found in every sphere of human activity, wherever the psychotechnician has felt himself called upon to liberate mankind. Progress must obviously be paid for by even harsher subjection to the instrument of salvation. The worker is in the same situation as the invalid racked by pain, who receives an anodyne narcotic which makes him an addict. The addiction persists even after he has been cured. In much the same way, a nation that has been subjected to a totalitarian propaganda barrage is unable to get its bearings in a direct and natural way after the barrage has ceased. The psychic trauma was too profound. The sole means of liberating people from ideas so inculcated is through another propaganda campaign at least as intense as the first. But the new propaganda only subjects them to a psychic pressure that kills a little more of their freedom. Consider an inquisitorial and brutal police force that operates as it pleases and carries out arrests arbitrarily. No citizen has any peace of mind. Yet the only remedy so far devised for the disease is the establishment of the hypermodern system of dossiers. Every citizen is kept track of throughout his life, geographically, biologically, and economically. The police know precisely what he is up to at every moment. This police system no longer needs to be brutal, openly inquisitorial, or omnipresent to the public consciousness, but it permeates all of life in a way the average citizen finds it impossible to understand. Just what has been gained? Admittedly, man need no longer be apprehensive at work, or live perpetually under suspicion, or be afraid of being subjected to the third degree. The terror which until now has been an integral part of the police methods of totalitarian states is, or soon will be, a thing of the past. The terror over the city, perfectly described by Corrado Alvaro, is only a transitory stage. A diffuse terror usually follows open police raids and public executions. At this stage, the police may be invisible, but they lurk in the shadows. One hears tales of secret executions in the soundproof cellars of vast, mysterious buildings. At a still more advanced stage of police technique, even this diffuse terror gradually dissipates. The police exist only to protect good citizens. They no longer carry out raids, and there is nothing mysterious about them. Therefore, they are not felt to be oppressive. Police work has become scientific. Their files contain dossiers of every citizen. The police are in a position to lay hands on anyone wanted at any moment. And this obviates to a great degree the necessity of doing so. No one can evade the police or disappear. But then, no one wants to. An electronic dossier is not particularly fearsome. Here we have the essence of the techniques of humanization, to render unnoticeable the disadvantages that other techniques have created. The task of the technician is to develop machine techniques and human techniques to such a pitch of perfection that even the man face to face with the perfectly functioning machine no longer has human initiative or the desire to escape. In a simple machine, a sticking gear or an overheated rod calls the existence of the machine to the notice of its vexed user. A lubricating technique is needed which will make the machine function so smoothly that its presence is not felt. The ability to forget the machine is the ideal of technical perfection. In the man-machine complex, friction results from the collision between the human being and the organization. This friction can take a number of forms. Individual initiative may become irritated by some obvious mechanical failure. The individual may insist on operating the machine in a manner not provided for in the rules of automatism. The problem then is twofold: to perfect mechanical techniques on the one hand, and to invent and impose certain human techniques on the other, so as to obviate the human sources of friction. As Ellul has pointed out, self-guiding techniques that operate without any external interference are possible. This has been demonstrated by machines that are autonomous, have a memory, and anticipate future events. Skeptics of the kind who denied a priori the possibility of heavier-than-air machines will deride this as mere imagination. It is true that such machines have not yet been perfected, but even an approximation in this direction would suffice for our argument. The technical society must perfect the man-machine complex or risk total collapse. Is there any other way out? I am convinced that there is. Unfortunately, I am also compelled to note that neither the scientists nor the technicians want any part of any other solution. And since I work with realities and not with abstractions, I recognize the inevitability of the fact that technical difficulties demand technical solutions. All the troubles provoked by the encounter between man and technique are of a technical order, and therefore no one dreams of applying non-technical remedies. Men distrust them. A Sargent well expresses the common opinion. Humanity is still captive of a metaphysical and dogmatic mentality, at a time when experimental science, technique, could beyond any doubt allow them to solve their principal difficulties. We are still half buried in scholasticism at a time when biology is in a position to be our salvation. Our dogmatisms have well shown their mischievousness. It is therefore indispensable henceforth to resist the seductions of systems based on metaphysics and to face up to the one reality which we can understand and which concerns us. The life sciences bring together certain means of knowledge and action. All doctrines which draw their inspiration from abstract conceptions have already betrayed their fundamental incapacity to organize the human world. Biocracy, that is, organization in accordance with the basic laws of life, represents our only chance of salvation at a moment of our development in which the various metaphysics and systems left over from archaic cultures still corrupt human life. Sargent's position is clear. What is catastrophic in our situation is the survival of philosophies, political doctrines, and religion. I am unable, incidentally, to believe them so powerful. As to technique, it is completely innocent of the imminent catastrophes. Despite exaggerations, the text is clear. No other solution is possible, no other hope than that represented by the improvement of human techniques. Every other solution is either inefficient or mischievous. Sargent's attitude is representative of that of the majority of technicians. We have already examined the kind of future it holds in store for us. Integration of the instincts and of the spiritual. We shall now take up perhaps the most difficult technical phenomena to grasp, inasmuch as they do not concern human techniques directly, but rather certain of their results. It is often objected that skeptics fail to understand the nature of technical society, because they are unwilling or unable to accept the extraordinary power of spiritual resistance to technical innovation of which human beings are capable. Everywhere, it is said, human liberty affirms itself in a world that the skeptics have declared closed to it. In proof of this, literary and musical forms are invoked like magical incantations. Abstract painting, surrealism, jazz, ethical forms such as eroticism, and the politics of engagement are said to be manifestations of the supremacy of human freedom and will in the technical society. No one, of course, seeks to deny that these phenomena are immediately related to the technicity of the present. The question is how they are to be interpreted. It is true that man has psychic power, the strength of which is not yet known. Man is capable of outbursts of passion and violence. It does not seem that those sources of vital energy which might be summarized as sexuality, spirituality, and capacity for feeling have been impaired. But every time these forces attempt to assert themselves, they are flung against a ring of iron with which technique surrounds and localizes them. Moreover, technique attacks man, impairs the sources of his vitality, and takes away his mystery. We have seen that one of the objectives of certain human techniques is to rob him of this mystery, and men must and do react instinctively and spiritually to the aggression of technique. When Henry Miller utters his anguished wail against the modern world, he is appealing through his fundamental eroticism to man's most primitive instincts. When the American Negro was still a slave, jazz meant release from despair and chains. But it is questionable that eroticism and jazz really represent a purposive reaction to technical aggression. We cannot settle these problems by appealing to a purely verbal idealism. Jazz is one of today's most authentically human protests. Let us trace it back to its origin. The Negroes were hopelessly enslaved. The story of their toil, punishments, hate, and crushed rebellions has been often told. The terrible Black Emperor of Santo Domingo was now no more than a dream. In their extremity, the Negroes discovered song, which likewise answered the needs of faith. Music expressed for them at once the despair of the present and the hope for salvation in Christ. Its culmination in delirium brought deliverance, but only as opium and alcohol did for others. Marx's celebrated remark that 19th-century religion was the opiate of the European masses is equally applicable to the jazz of the Negro slaves. In jazz they created a true art form, but with it they also shut every door to freedom. Jazz imprisoned the Negroes more and more in their slavery. From then on, they drew a morose relish from it. It is highly significant that this slave music has become the music of the modern world. All instincts seem more unbridled today than ever before. Sex, passion for nature, the mountains and the sea, passion for social and political action. There cannot have been many historical periods in which these forces were so evident or so authoritative. Again, I have no wish to deny whatever validity they possess. It is good for city dwellers to go to the country. It is good that a marked eroticism is wrecking the sclerotic traditional morality. It is well that poetry, thanks to such movements as surrealism, has become really expressive once more. But these phenomena, which express the deepest instinctive human passions, have also become totally innocuous. They question nothing, menace nobody. Behemoth can rest easy. Note: behemoth, Hebrew plural of majesty, designates matter organized, glorified, and set in motion. Neither Henry Miller's eroticism nor André Breton's surrealism will prevent him from consuming mankind. Such movements are pure formalisms, pure verbalisms. No one has ever carried out the famous pure surrealist act. And as for the self-styled revolution in ethics of Miller and the black novels of Boris Vian and others, all they amount to for the normal man is an invitation to a brothel, something which has never passed for revolutionary or as an affirmation of freedom. It is harmless to attack a crumbling middle-class morality. True, persecutions, seizures, and lawsuits have been directed against the black authors, but I would like to point to the tidy profits that such minor scandals have brought them. I am somehow unable to believe in the revolutionary value of an act which makes the cash register jingle so merrily. For a like reason, the politics of engagement are vitiated. The monolithic political parties consist of the fossilized rank and file, who can scarcely be thought to be manifesting any particular activity, or to be striking a blow for freedom merely because the hearse which is transporting them is rolling along at a clip, and of party intellectuals and directors who are out after votes and money. It is as though a winner of the national lottery could pass for a martyr. Then there is the modern passion for nature. When it is not stockbrokers out after moose, it is a crowd of brainless conformists camping out on order and as they are told. Nowhere is there any initiative or eccentricity. In sum, the supreme forces of human nature are set into motion for the sake of amusement. The great bell in the cathedral tower, formerly rung to call the city's warriors to arms, is sounded to amuse foreign tourists. At this point I shall not make a lengthy analysis of the social forces we have been speaking of. Note, I have studied these central problems in a series of articles entitled Conformisme de notre temps, Réforme, 1949. It is enough to indicate the contrast between the powers aroused and the ghastly mediocrity of the end products, between the pretensions of André Breton, for example, and the results. What has happened to the deepest human passions stems from many different causes. The only one of concern to us here is the fact that these spiritual movements are totally confined within a technical world. Here is yet another example of the phenomenon described at length in the second chapter, that technique encompasses the totality of present-day society. Man is caught like a fly in a bottle. His attempts at culture, freedom, and creative endeavor have become mere entries in technique's filing cabinet. The final resolution. A precise question is posed. Into what has technique transformed man's efforts toward the spiritual? One answer to this question is that technique possesses monopoly of action. No human activity is possible, except as it is mediated and censored by the technical medium. This is the great law of the technical society. Thought or will can only be realized by borrowing from technique its modes of expression. Not even the simplest initiative can have an original, independent existence. Suppose one were to write a revolutionary book. If it is to be published, it must enter into the framework of the technical organization of book publishing. In a predominantly capitalistic technical culture, the book can be published only if it can return a profit. Thus, it must appeal to some public and hence must refrain from attacking the real taboos of the public for which it is destined. The bourgeois publishing house will not publish Lenin. The revolutionary publishing house will not publish Paul Bourget. And no one will publish a book attacking the real religion of our times, by which I mean the dominant social forces of the technological society. Any author who seeks to have his manuscript published must make it conform to certain lines laid down by the potential publishers. A manuscript which in subject matter and format does not conform has no chance. This is the situation at the most elementary level of the technical publishing organization. One step further, and we encounter the notorious system of the rewrite. If the publishing system is state-owned, the publication of revolutionary literature cannot even be considered. All this amounts to saying that technical forces which were put into operation ostensibly for the diffusion of thought lead in practice to its emasculation. The same holds true for broadcasting under private capitalism or under state ownership. It is impossible to agree with the ideologues who assert that capitalism is synonymous with freedom of broadcasting, or with those who assert that state ownership means humanization. Note: M. Veillet's analysis of this point is convincing. See his La radio et les hommes, 1951. Of course, we can write or teach anything, including pornography, inflammatory revolutionary manifestos, and new economic and political doctrines. But as soon as any of these appear to have any real effect in subverting the universal social order, which is establishing itself in every country in the world with the support of the overwhelming majority of the respective populations, they are forthwith excluded from the technical channels of communication. As Crozier justly remarks, the intellectual has a difficult life. He can only live by communicating, but he has been deprived of the means without which he cannot communicate. The intellectual has become a mere mouthpiece, subject to the demands of the various techniques. According to Wiener, this is the cause of the progressive sterilization of intellectual life in the modern world. As Wiener puts it, present-day methods of communication exclude all intellectual activity except what is so conventional that it has no decisive value. In the same way, technique controls the nascent love of nature. The lone city dweller on a camping trip escapes his technical fate momentarily. But suppose that the solitary camper swells to a throng, overflows the countryside, sets the woods on fire, and commits other nuisances. Suppose he disturbs the paying guests, or trespasses on private property and hunting preserves. The public interest is then involved and technique intervenes, as it invariably does where large numbers of men are concerned. Inversely, technique is creating a culture in which, if large numbers are not involved, there is nothing at all. Intervention then takes the form of an administrative police technique. Obligatory campsites are established, complete with regulations. The camper is forced to carry a license, and the erstwhile act of free individual decision becomes a purely technical matter. When an individual engages in political action, a corresponding technical mechanism is set in motion. Political action is no longer possible except as a mass phenomenon, and engagement presupposes participation in a collectivity. Only a collectivity is wealthy enough to have at its disposal the means to play politics. Only a collectivity can make itself felt in a world in which technique has given primacy to the quantitative rather than the qualitative. Since an inorganic mass would be inefficient, the collectivity must be optimally organized, with all that this implies in the way of unity, discipline, and tactical flexibility. These are the exclusive province of technical organization, a fact which straightway leads to the formation of monolithic political parties, which alone can hope for success. Once again, technique imposes its iron law on the generous strivings of the individual heart. These brief examples, taken from as diverse spheres as possible, make it evident that today every human initiative must use technical means to express itself. These technical means, ipso facto, censor initiative. First, they screen out whatever does not lend itself to technical expression. Initiative remains a purely private matter, with no importance to the technical society. Second, they compel a rigid conformism. Initiative is reduced to the lowest common denominator and is, in effect, emasculated. The interplay of the technical censorship with the pretended anarchic spiritual initiatives of the individual automatically produces the situation desired by Dr. Goebbels in his formulation of the great law of the technical society: "You are at liberty to seek your salvation as you understand it, provided you do nothing to change the social order." All technicians without exception are agreed on this dictum. It is understood, of course, that the social order is everywhere essentially identical. The variation from democracy to communism to fascism represents a merely superficial phenomenon. A second answer to our question of how technique has transformed man's quest for the spiritual involves an examination of the fate of the ecstatic impulses and phenomena of the human spirit. Translator's note: in what follows, the word ecstasy is used in its original Greek sense to denote a mental state transported out of its usual condition. The word denotes anarchic and antisocial tendencies as well as the more pleasant transports we usually associate with it. It is the ground of war, as well as of religion. It is not difficult to observe that ecstatic phenomena proliferate in proportion to the technicization of society. They play an important role in modern society, but not the role usually assigned to them. They function not as causes, but as effects. It is childish to believe that communism and fascism, for example, created a mystique out of whole cloth, which they then imposed on their peoples, that they have blown up a vast bag of wind with which they seduce or delude the world. On the other hand, it is too easy to say that the Russian soul and the German soul were naturally predisposed to these systems. We would then have to hold that the Italian, and now the Yugoslav and Chinese souls are similarly predisposed. The myth presupposes a psychological basis, that people adhere to systems because these systems respond to something true in them. But this truth is certainly not very specific, since very different sorts of people adhere to it. Further, mystic systems are not arbitrary creations of dictatorial regimes. No more are they the result of the demented will to power of the mighty. No popular movement can produce them. The requirements far exceed the spontaneous mystic capabilities of man. The real reason for the emergence of society as we know it is not mystic or psychic, but technical. It is nevertheless true that ecstatic phenomena are found today in the societies that have as their avowed aim the maximum exploitation of technique. Ecstasy occurs here, however, not as a cause, but as a result of the technical society. More specifically, it is a function of the acceleration of the tempo of the technical society, rather than of the technical level of the society. Translator's note: Ellul anticipates here a recent preoccupation of so-called general system theory, according to which social and psychological phenomena depend for their specific results on the acceleration of linear systems and not upon their position or velocities. The latter is usually a condition of equilibrium, the former seldom is. Thus, to give a trivial example, it is not the absolute value of the world's population at any moment which threatens social dissolution, but the rate at which it is increasing, especially if the rate of increase is itself increasing. For a long time, it was believed that technique would yield a harmonious society, a society in equilibrium, happy and without special problems. This society would resign itself to an easy life of production and consumption based on an untroubled commercial ideology. This model of bourgeois tranquility seemed to correspond exactly to the preoccupations of technology. The summum bonum was comfort, and the ideal type was capitalist Switzerland or socialist Sweden. The sudden plunge of the technically most advanced societies into war and mutual destruction was a rude awakening for the bourgeoisie. An aberration? Scarcely. It had been forgotten that technique means not comfort but power. The bourgeois countries had developed their technical systems at a comfortable pace until these systems had fully exploited their possibilities of orderly growth. Then technology, with its accelerated tempo, took over. The smaller nations were unable to keep up, and the great technical countries had willy-nilly to abandon their languid pace and accommodate themselves to the real tempo of the technical society. The result was that disproportion between the leisurely bourgeois mentality and the explosive tempo of technique to which we give the name war. A byproduct of this ecstasy was a certain mystique. The American myth was born, presenting exactly the same religious traits as the Nazi or communist myth. But it is different, as we have often noted, in that it still is in a spontaneous phase. It is not yet organized, utilized, and developed technically. Whatever the actual technical level of the country, as soon as technical acceleration appears, the mystique appears too. Even technically backward societies experience it as soon as they decide to adopt modern techniques. So do such societies as the Nazi or the communist when they take up and adapt to their system whatever is new. The more languid social groups, such as Switzerland or France, which cannot or will not submit to technical acceleration, do not manifest these phenomena. Note: since 1958, France has experienced both rebirth of technical progress and a nationalistic mystique. A nation which has reached a pitch of perfection in its technical organization sometimes feels this perfection to be intolerable. Such a factor was probably the cause of the astonishing ecstasy of combativity without object, which erupted in Sweden in December 1956. In a too-perfect universe, the human being has no adequate way of releasing the deepest impulses of human nature. These obscure forces are always there, and tend to emerge to the degree that perfect technical constraint has not yet been fully achieved. These observations confirm Roger Caillois' statement that the more restrictive the social mechanism, the more exaggerated are the associated ecstatic phenomena. The restrictions imposed by technique on a society reduce the number of ways in which religious energy can be released. In a non-technical society, there are a plurality of ways in which psychic energy can be channeled, but in a technical society there is only one. Technical restrictions eliminate all secondary objects. Human psychic energies concentrate and there are no leaks. The result is ecstatic phenomena of unparalleled intensity and duration. In today's technical society, magical and mystical tendencies which traditionally were in opposition are all mutually satisfied by technique and hence made one. Technique fully satisfies the mystic will to possess and dominate. It is unnecessary to evoke spiritual powers when machines give much better results. But technique also encourages and develops mystical phenomena. It promotes the indispensable alienation from the self necessary, for example, for the identification of the individual with an ideology. Whether man identifies with the father figure or with an abstraction, this identification is incited by the recognition of an exceptional charismatic quality. This quality, integrated into the technical society, takes from it a compelling intensity it did not have before. It also takes on a mechanical character. The ecstatic phenomenon, organized, centralized, and diffused by technique, can only relate to a mechanized charism which is capable of this relation. This charismatic endowment has traditionally been an attribute of heroes, but today it is the heroes of labor who are so endowed. We must conclude that it is far from accidental that ecstatic phenomena have developed to the greatest degree in the most technicized societies, and that it is to be expected that these phenomena will continue to increase. This indicates nothing less than the subjection of mankind's new religious life to technique. It was formerly believed that technique and religion were in opposition and represented two totally different dispensations. It was held that, with the development of a purely materialistic society, a struggle was inevitable between the machine and the economy on the one side and the ideal realm of religion, art, and culture on the other. But we can no longer hold such a boundlessly simplistic view. Ecstasy is subject to the world of technique and is its servant. Technique on the most significant level integrates the anarchic and antisocial impulses of the human being into society. These impulses take their influence and receive their diffusion strictly by virtue of the technical means brought into play. The ecstatic phenomena of the human psyche, which without technical means would have remained completely without effect, are deployed throughout the world. Technical means acting on the ecstatic phenomena encourage certain daring innovations of expression. Consider, for example, the extraordinary artistic novelty of the cinema. But it must be remembered that the technical fact ipso facto entails the total inclusion of art and thought, however revolutionary they seem, within the social framework. Human impulses are confined within well-defined limits and become the objects of propaganda, profit-seeking, contractual obligations, and the like. The vast extent of the technical apparatus makes the payoff inevitably the primary consideration. In money, in the capitalist world, in power and authority in the communist world. Technique as a means, however, encourages and enables the individual to express his ecstatic reactions in a way never before possible. He can express criticism of his culture and even loathing. He is permitted to propose the maddest solutions. The great law here is that all things are necessary to make a society, and that even revolt is necessary to make a technical society. I believe that this is no exaggeration. Revolt is consciously organized in the Soviet Union. For example, in Crocodile, the journal officially devoted to criticism of Soviet polity and administration. The expression of criticism is permitted because its repression would be even more catastrophic. But it is permitted only on condition that it entail no serious consequences, or, better put, so that no serious consequences to the power of the state can result. The technical apparatus, in fact, assures this by confining the most violent explosions of human ecstasy within itself, and by satisfying without danger and at small cost to itself certain spiritual needs of the citizen reader. It must not be supposed that there is any danger of the reader becoming a partisan of an author. Sartre complains that he has readers, but no public. He gives certain complex reasons for this. and some of them may even be true. But he does not see, or perhaps refuses to see, that the technical conditions of publishing necessarily entail such a result. Sartre, of course, is not alone. What he complains of represents a long tradition. Technique which transforms culture into luxury puts so many cultural modalities at the reader's disposal that none of them has any more importance than any other. The customer becomes a butterfly dipping into whatever flower he chooses. Sartre represents 1/10,000th of French authorship, and he reaches 20,000 readers. Not bad. But in the circumstances, it is difficult to have a genuine community of readers. I take it that the sellers of the left bank do not constitute the public Sartre dreams of. Technique erects a screen between the author and his readers. Miniature fireworks issue from the magic bottle, but not revolt. A few printed pages out of the deluge of printed matter will never make the butterfly a revolutionary. The complete separation of thought and action effected by technique produces in a new guise a phenomenon which we have already discussed as it appears in other areas, the lack of spiritual efficacy of even the best ideas. The very assimilation of ideas into the technical framework which renders them materially effective makes them spiritually worthless. This does not mean that ideas have no worthwhile effect on the public at all. They have a great effect, but not the effect their creators intended. Henry Miller's erotic petard, launched onto society like a plastic bomb, finds a reader whose sexual life is thwarted, who is upset by the conditions of his work, his lodgings, his political life. This has created in him a thirst for revolt, and he finds his thirst powerfully and well expressed by Miller. The pornographic element unfetters his imagination and plunges him into an erotic delirium that can satisfy his contracted needs. But Miller's book, far from pushing a man to revolt, vicariously satisfies the potential revolutionary, just as the sexual act itself stills sexual desire, or jazz soothes the Negro's bitter longing for freedom. We have noted that jazz has become universal. The reason is now clear. It is the music of men who are satisfied with the illusion of freedom provoked by its sounds, while the chains of iron wind round them ever tighter. The same mechanism is at work on the reader of Crocodile. Seeing his discontent expressed far better than he could express it himself, he is satisfied vicariously with an official revolt and ceases to criticize. At least for a while, but by then he will have received the next issue. As a result of technique, these vicarious remedies are not local but universal phenomena. Technique diffuses the revolt of the few, and thus appeases the need of the millions for revolt. The same could be said of all the movements started since the turn of the century in response to the frustration of the most elementary human impulses. But can it be maintained, therefore, that social movements such as surrealism, youth hostels, revolutionary political parties, anarchism, and so on, have failed? They have failed in that they have not achieved their own goals of recreating the conditions of freedom and justice, or of allowing man to rediscover a genuine sex life or intellectual life. But they have been completely successful from another point of view. They have performed the sociological function of integration. Technical means are so important, so difficult to achieve and to manage, that it is easier to have them if there is a group, a movement, an association. Such movements are based on authentic impulses and valid feelings, and do allow a few individuals access to modes of expression which otherwise would have been closed to them. But their essential function is to act as vicarious intermediaries, to integrate into the technical society these same impulses and feelings which are possessed by millions of other men. Herein lies their sociological character. Certain deep, ecstatic instincts and impulses would otherwise escape the jurisdiction of the technical society and become a threat to it. Movements such as today's existentialism or eroticism in the form of a renovated Marquis de Sade or of the little pornographic reviews are a sociological necessity to a technical milieu. The basic human impulses are unpredictable in their complex social consequences. But thanks to movements which integrate and control them, they are powerless to harm the technical society, of which henceforth they form an integral part. These movements perform a well-defined but completely involuntary function. Their operations are effected independently of will or desire, and no one has calculated their effects in advance. André Breton and Henry Miller are innocent of the sociological function they have assumed. One can reproach them only for a fearful lack of clarity as to their position and function in the technical society. All revolutionary movements are burlesques of the real thing. But this must not be imputed to the activities of Machiavellian wire-pullers. The phenomenon appears naturally in the interaction of human techniques with social movements that seek to express basic human instincts. Our analysis could be repeated for pacifism, communism, and all the multifarious movements designed to secure peace or social justice. They all fall into the same pattern and fulfill the same function. Some are indeed more authentic and truer than others because they better express human revolt. They are more successful in pulling the teeth of aggressive instincts and in integrating them into the technical society. If I have not mentioned religions, it is because they no longer express revolt. They have long since, in their intellectual and sociological forms, undergone integration. With the final integration of the instinctive and the spiritual by means of these human techniques, the edifice of the technical society will be completed. It will not be a universal concentration camp, for it will be guilty of no atrocity. It will not seem insane, for everything will be ordered, and the stains of human passion will be lost amid the chromium gleam. We shall have nothing more to lose, and nothing to win. Our deepest instincts and our most secret passions will be analyzed, published, and exploited. We shall be rewarded with everything our hearts ever desired, and the supreme luxury of the society of technical necessity will be to grant the bonus of useless revolt and of an acquiescent smile. Chapter 6. A Look at the Future. We have completed our examination of the monolithic technical world that is coming to be. It is vanity to pretend it can be checked or guided. Indeed, the human race is beginning confusedly to understand at last that it is living in a new and unfamiliar universe. The new order was meant to be a buffer between man and nature. Unfortunately, it has evolved autonomously in such a way that man has lost all contact with his natural framework, and has to do only with the organized, technical intermediary, which sustains relations both with the world of life and with the world of brute matter. Enclosed within his artificial creation, man finds that there is no exit, that he cannot pierce the shell of technology to find again the ancient milieu to which he was adapted for hundreds of thousands of years. The new milieu has its own specific laws, which are not the laws of organic or inorganic matter. Man is still ignorant of these laws. It nevertheless begins to appear with crushing finality that a new necessity is taking over from the old. It is easy to boast of victory over ancient oppression, but what if victory has been gained at the price of an even greater subjection to the forces of the artificial necessity of the technical society which has come to dominate our lives? In our cities there is no more day or night, or heat or cold. But there is overpopulation, thraldom to press and television, total absence of purpose. All men are constrained by means external to them to ends equally external. The further the technical mechanism develops which allows us to escape natural necessity, the more we are subjected to artificial technical necessities. I have analyzed human victory over hunger in this vein. The artificial necessity of technique is not less harsh and implacable for being much less obviously menacing than natural necessity. When the communists claim that they place the development of the technical society in a historical framework that automatically leads to freedom through the medium of the dialectical process, when humanists such as Bergson or Catholics such as Mounier assert that man must regain control over the technical means by an additional quantity of soul, all of them alike show both their ignorance of the technical phenomenon and an impenitent idealism that, unfortunately, bears no relation to truth or reality. Alongside these parades of mere verbalisms, there has been a real effort on the part of the technicians themselves to control the future of technical evolution. The principle here is the old one we have so often encountered: a technical problem demands a technical solution. At present, there are two kinds of new techniques which the technicians propose as solutions. The first solution hinges on the creation of new technical instruments able to mediate between man and his new technical milieu. Robert Jung, for example, in connection with the fact that man is not completely adaptable to the demands of the technical age, writes that it is impossible to create interstellar man out of the existing prime matter. Auxiliary technical instruments and apparatus must compensate for his insufficiencies. The best and most striking example of such subsidiary instruments is furnished by the complex of so-called thinking machines, which certainly belong to a very different category of techniques than those that have been applied up to now. But the whole ensemble of means designed to permit human mastery of what were means and have now become milieu are techniques of the second degree, and nothing more. Pierre de Latil, in his La Pensée Artificielle, gives an excellent characterization of some of these machines of the second degree. In the machine, the notion of finality makes its appearance, a notion sometimes attributed in living beings to some intelligence inherent in the species, innate to life itself. Finality is artificially built into the machine and regulates it, an effect requiring that some factor be modified or reinforced so that the effect itself does not disturb the equilibrium. Errors are corrected without human analysis or knowledge, without even being suspected. The error itself corrects the error. A deviation from the prescribed track itself enables the automatic pilot to rectify the deviation. For the machine, as for animals, error is fruitful. It conditions the correct path. The second solution revolves about the effort to discover, or rediscover, a new end for human society in the technical age. The aims of technology, which were clear enough a century and a half ago, have gradually disappeared from view. Humanity seems to have forgotten the wherefore of all its travail, as though its goals had been translated into an abstraction, or had become implicit, or as though its ends rested in an unforeseeable future of undetermined date, as in the case of communist society. Everything today seems to happen as though ends disappear, as a result of the magnitude of the very means at our disposal. Comprehending that the proliferation of means brings about the disappearance of the ends, we have become preoccupied with rediscovering a purpose or a goal. Some optimists of goodwill assert that they have rediscovered a humanism to which the technical movement is subordinated. The orientation of this humanism may be communist or non-communist, but it hardly makes any difference. In both cases, it is merely a pious hope with no chance whatsoever of influencing technical evolution. The further we advance, the more the purpose of our techniques fades out of sight. Even things which not long ago seemed to be immediate objectives, rising living standards, hygiene, comfort, no longer seem to have that character, possibly because man finds the endless adaptation to new circumstances disagreeable. In many cases, indeed, a higher technique obliges him to sacrifice comfort and hygienic amenities to the evolving technology which possess a monopoly of the instruments necessary to satisfy them. Extreme examples are furnished by the scientists isolated at Los Alamos in the middle of the desert because of the danger of their experiments, or by the would-be astronauts who are forced to live in the discomfort of experimental camps in the manner so graphically described by Jung. But the optimistic technician is not a man to lose heart. If ends and goals are required, he will find them in a finality which can be imposed on technical evolution precisely because this finality can be technically established and calculated. It seems clear that there must be some common measure between the means and the ends subordinated to it. The required solution, then, must be a technical inquiry into ends, and this alone can bring about a systematization of ends and means. The problem becomes that of analyzing individual and social requirements technically, of establishing numerically and mechanistically the constancy of human needs. It follows that a complete knowledge of ends is requisite for mastery of means, but, as Jacques Aventure has demonstrated, such knowledge can only be technical knowledge. Alas, the panacea of merely theoretical humanism is as vain as any other. Note: it must be clear that the ends sought cannot be determined by moral science. The dubiousness of ethical judgments and the differences between systems make moral science unfit for establishing these ends. But above all, its subjectivity is a fatal blemish. It depends essentially on the refinement of the individual moral conscience. An average morality is ceaselessly confronted with excessive demands with which it cannot comply. Technical modalities cannot tolerate subjectivity. Man in his biological reality must remain the sole possible reference point for classifying needs, writes Aventure. Aventure's dictum must be extended to include man's psychology and sociology, since these have also been reduced to mathematical calculation. Technology cannot put up with institutions and literature. It must necessarily don mathematical vestments. Everything in human life that does not lend itself to mathematical treatment must be excluded because it is not a possible end for technique, and left to the sphere of dreams. Who is too blind to see that a profound mutation is being advocated here? A new dismembering and a complete reconstitution of the human being so that he can at last become the objective and also the total object of techniques. Excluding all but the mathematical element, he is indeed a fit end for the means he has constructed. He is also completely despoiled of everything that traditionally constituted his essence. Man becomes a pure appearance, a kaleidoscope of external shapes, an abstraction in a milieu that is frighteningly concrete, an abstraction armed with all the sovereign signs of Jupiter the Thunderer. A look at the year 2000. In 1960, the weekly L'Express of Paris published a series of extracts from texts by American and Russian scientists concerning society in the year 2000. As long as such visions were purely a literary concern of science fiction writers and sensational journalists, it was possible to smile at them. Note: some excellent works, such as Robert Jung's Le futur est déjà commencé, were included in this classification. Now we have like works from Nobel Prize winners, members of the Academy of Sciences of Moscow, and other scientific notables whose qualifications are beyond dispute. The visions of these gentlemen put science fiction in the shade. By the year 2000, voyages to the moon will be commonplace. So will inhabited artificial satellites. All food will be completely synthetic. The world's population will have increased fourfold, but will have been stabilized. Seawater and ordinary rocks will yield all the necessary metals. Disease, as well as famine, will have been eliminated. And there will be universal hygienic inspection and control. The problems of energy production will have been completely resolved. Serious scientists, it must be repeated, are the source of these predictions, which hitherto were found only in philosophic utopias. The most remarkable predictions concern the transformation of educational methods and the problem of human reproduction. Knowledge will be accumulated in electronic banks, and transmitted directly to the human nervous system by means of coded electronic messages. There will no longer be any need of reading or learning mountains of useless information. Everything will be received and registered according to the needs of the moment. There will be no need of attention or effort. What is needed will pass directly from the machine to the brain without going through consciousness. In the domain of genetics, natural reproduction will be forbidden. A stable population will be necessary, and it will consist of the highest human types. Artificial insemination will be employed. This, according to Muller, will permit the introduction into a carrier uterus of an ovum fertilized in vitro, ovum and sperm having been taken from persons representing the masculine ideal and the feminine ideal, respectively. The reproductive cells in question will preferably be those of persons dead long enough that a true perspective of their lives and works, free of all personal prejudice, can be seen. Such cells will be taken from cell banks and will represent the most precious genetic heritage of humanity. The method will have to be applied universally. If the people of a single country were to apply it intelligently and intensively, they would quickly attain a practically invincible level of superiority. Here is a future Huxley never dreamed of. Perhaps, instead of marveling or being shocked, we ought to reflect a little. A question no one ever asks when confronted with the scientific wonders of the future concerns the interim period. Consider, for example, the problems of automation, which will become acute in a very short time. How, socially, politically, morally, and humanly, shall we contrive to get there? How are the prodigious economic problems, for example, of unemployment to be solved? And in Muller's more distant utopia, how shall we force humanity to refrain from begetting children naturally? How shall we force them to submit to constant and rigorous hygienic controls? How shall man be persuaded to accept a radical transformation of his traditional modes of nutrition? How and where shall we relocate 1.5 billion persons who today make their livings from agriculture and who, in the promised ultra-rapid conversion of the next 40 years, will become completely useless as cultivators of the soil? How shall we distribute such numbers of people equably over the surface of the earth, particularly if the promised fourfold increase in population materializes? How will we handle the control and occupation of outer space in order to provide a stable modus vivendi? How shall national boundaries be made to disappear? One of the last two would be a necessity. There are many other hows, but they are conveniently left unformulated. When we reflect on the serious, although relatively minor problems that were provoked by the industrial exploitation of coal and electricity, when we reflect that after 150 years these problems are still not satisfactorily resolved, we are entitled to ask whether there are any solutions to the infinitely more complex hows of the next 40 years. In fact, there is one and only one means to their solution: a worldwide totalitarian dictatorship which will allow technique its full scope and at the same time resolve the concomitant difficulties. It is not difficult to understand why the scientists and worshippers of technology prefer not to dwell on this solution, but rather to leap nimbly across the dull and uninteresting intermediary period and land squarely in the Golden Age. We might indeed ask ourselves if we will succeed in getting through the transition period at all, or if the blood and the suffering required are not perhaps too high a price to pay for this Golden Age. If we take a hard, unromantic look at the Golden Age itself, we are struck with the incredible naivete of these scientists. They say, for example, that they will be able to shape and reshape at will human emotions, desires, and thoughts, and arrive scientifically at certain efficient, pre-established collective decisions. They claim they will be in a position to develop certain collective desires, to constitute certain homogeneous social units out of aggregates of individuals, to forbid men to raise their children, and even to persuade them to renounce having any. At the same time, they speak of assuring the triumph of freedom and of the necessity of avoiding dictatorship at any price. Note: the material here and below is cited from actual texts. They seem incapable of grasping the contradiction involved, or of understanding that what they are proposing, even after the intermediary period, is in fact the harshest of dictatorships. In comparison, Hitler's was a trifling affair. That it is to be a dictatorship of test tubes rather than of hobnailed boots will not make it any less a dictatorship. When our savants characterize their golden age in any but scientific terms, they emit a quantity of down-at-the-heel platitudes that would gladden the heart of the pettiest politician. Let's take a few samples. To render human nature nobler, more beautiful, and more harmonious. What on earth can this mean? What criteria, what content do they propose? Not many, I fear, would be able to reply, to assume the triumph of peace, liberty, and reason. Fine words with no substance behind them. To eliminate cultural lag. What culture? And would the culture they have in mind be able to subsist in this harsh social organization? To conquer outer space. For what purpose? The conquest of space seems to be an end in itself, which dispenses with any need for reflection. We are forced to conclude that our scientists are incapable of any but the emptiest platitudes when they stray from their specialties. It makes one think back on the collection of mediocrities accumulated by Einstein when he spoke of God, the state, peace, and the meaning of life. It is clear that Einstein, extraordinary mathematical genius that he was no Pascal. He knew nothing of political or human reality, or, in fact, anything at all outside his mathematical reach. The banality of Einstein's remarks in matters outside his specialty is as astonishing as his genius within it. It seems as though the specialized application of all one's faculties in a particular area inhibits the consideration of things in general. Even J. Robert Oppenheimer, who seems receptive to a general culture, is not outside this judgment. His political and social declarations, for example, scarcely go beyond the level of those of the man in the street. And the opinions of the scientists quoted by L'Express are not even on the level of Einstein or Oppenheimer. Their pomposities, in fact, do not rise to the level of the average. They are vague generalities inherited from the 19th century, and the fact that they represent the furthest limits of thought of our scientific worthies must be symptomatic of arrested development or of a mental block. Particularly disquieting is the gap between the enormous power they wield and their critical ability, which must be estimated as null. To wield power well entails a certain faculty of criticism, discrimination, judgment, and option. It is impossible to have confidence in men who apparently lack these faculties. Yet it is apparently our fate to be facing a golden age in the power of sorcerers who are totally blind to the meaning of the human adventure. When they speak of preserving the seed of outstanding men, whom, pray, do they mean to be the judges? It is clear, alas, that they propose to sit in judgment themselves. It is hardly likely that they will deem a Rimbaud or a Nietzsche worthy of posterity. When they announce that they will conserve the genetic mutations which appear to them most favorable, and that they propose to modify the very germ cells in order to produce such and such traits, and when we consider the mediocrity of the scientists themselves outside the confines of their specialties, we can only shudder at the thought of what they will esteem most favorable. None of our wise men ever posed the question of the end of all their marvels. The wherefore is resolutely passed by. The response which would occur to our contemporaries is, for the sake of happiness. Unfortunately, there is no longer any question of that. One of our best-known specialists in diseases of the nervous system writes, "We will be able to modify man's emotions, desires, and thoughts as we have already done in a rudimentary way with tranquilizers. It will be possible, says our specialist, to produce a conviction or an impression of happiness without any real basis for it. Our man of the Golden Age, therefore, will be capable of happiness amid the worst privations. Why, then, promise us extraordinary comforts, hygiene, knowledge, and nourishment if by simply manipulating our nervous systems we can be happy without them? The last meager motive we could possibly ascribe to the technical adventure thus vanishes into thin air through the very existence of technique itself. But what good is it to pose questions of motives? Of why? All that must be the work of some miserable intellectual who balks at technical progress. The attitude of the scientists, at any rate, is clear. Technique exists because it is technique. The Golden Age will be because it will be. Any other answer is superfluous. This concludes the reading of The Technological Society by Jacques Ellul, translated by John Wilkinson, with an introduction by Robert K. Merton. Copyright 1964 by Alfred A. Knopf, Incorporated. This book was read by Arthur Morey. This unabridged audiobook was recorded by arrangement with Alfred A. Knopf, an imprint of the Knopf Doubleday Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Random House, LLC, and was produced in 2021 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.